We are now live on YouTube.
Great. Welcome, everyone, to the Ukiah Unified School District Board of Trustees meeting this November 12th, 2020. As you know, as authorized by the emergency executive order on March 12th by Governor Gavin Newsom, we are meeting by Zoom. I wanted to just take a moment of, well, I guess we can do the flag salute first, and then I can talk about the why we meet by Zoom. Okay, so Ian, can we have our flag salute? Thank you. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Report out from closed session. There were 2 items, I believe, that we took votes on. Superintendent Cuban, do you want to read those off for us?
Yes, regarding item B8, it was moved by Diaz, seconded by Barrett, to approve a leave of absence request for a certificated employee. That vote was 7-0, taken by roll call vote. On item B9, it was moved by Fernandez, seconded by Van Sant, to approve a classified leave of absence request, and that was approved via roll call vote, 7-0.
Great, thank you. I have not received any notice of anything that people would like to remove from the agenda, but I will announce that we will be moving up some of the educational program items, E1, 2, and 3, all of the educational program items, in order to accommodate the public and the speakers, the public speakers who we have. So we'll be taking those items after D2. So we'll go D1, D2, E, and then go back to D3. Is there a motion to approve or pull from the agenda?
I'd like to make a move to approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to take a moment here to talk about why we are meeting in person, or why we are not able to meet in person yet. And I want you to know that the board and the superintendent reached out to Dr. Corin, the public health officer, to explain that we thought that we could meet being 6 feet apart and things like that. And basically he sent us back a memo which has been shared with Ukiah Unified staff. And it said that the primary reason was because we wouldn't be able to screen the public. And secondly, that Zoom works for adults. And he said that he understands that this could seem like a contradiction to wanting to reopen schools, but he said the difference was that Zoom does not work as well for student learning, it's not an effective technology for that, and that we're going to have more control over screening our employees and our students than we have over the public. So even when we are back into in-school learning, there'll still be all kinds of restrictions and limits, and adult meetings will not be taking place. Those would still go back to Zoom, just because we're trying to gauge risk and we're just playing the statistics. We're just playing the risk. And at this point, while we would love to meet in person and think we could do it safely, when the public health officer specifically says no, we have to follow that. So that is why. Now we'd like to hear from our student advisor, Mason.
All right, so to get started, everyone is really excited and happy about getting to be back on campus with the new pod system. So sports teams, football, water polo, volleyball, cross country, and a couple more are already taking advantage of that and practicing in their pods of 14. And for teams with more than 14, they're able to have multiple pods as long as they don't mix. So sport teams are getting to practice now, which is great. Also on the note of sports, with the boost in ASB's budget, students have gotten access to outdoor weights for weight training. And we will now be able to afford officials in case of future games. So that's exciting. Sports teams are not the only ones who are taking advantage of the new pod system. Clubs such as Mock Trial and the outdoor hiking group that was started by Mr. Osland have started meeting, and that's exciting. Yearbook class has been having students send in their own pictures, such as on Halloween, they were having everyone submit pictures of their costumes to make sure that we still have content, so we'll have a full yearbook at the end of the year. Wildcats have been finding creative ways to keep the spirit alive, such as advanced drama class performed their play, this year's play, over Zoom, and recorded it and uploaded it to Wildcat Nation. So everyone in the school still gets to see it, which is really cool. And finally, I want to say that ASB is still planning on doing a lot of their normal activities. It's looking a little bit different this year, obviously, but they're still going to be doing things like Christmas effort and that. So, and that's about it. Any questions?
Questions? Yes, Trustee Arkin?
Mason, so do you have a schedule about mock trial and how they're going to do it and when they're going to do it?
So far they've just started like practicing, like rehearsing just kind of general things, because they don't actually have a set in stone plan yet that I know of. Yeah, I don't have too much information specifically on mock trial, but I will definitely look into that.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Mason? Yes, Trustee Diaz.
Not a question, but you didn't talk about the blood drive happening at the high school on the 16th of December, and I already signed up to donate blood.
Oh, that's great.
Yep, the blood drive will be happening luckily this year, so that's exciting.
I know I've gotten a number of calls saying that people are so afraid to donate during COVID that their supplies are rather low.
Yeah, it's like extra important this year, so
great.
Good that we're doing it.
Good. Okay, well, call all the board members if you're not full up with 18-year-old staff.
Will do.
Or students. Great. Now, public comment for items not on the agenda. Ms. Ornelas, have we received any public comment for items not on the agenda?
We have not.
Okay, then that was a quick item. Acceptance of donations. We have two donations, one to the Ukiah High School Library from the Ukiah Educational Foundation, the Jean Chubon Fund, and one to South Valley School Back to School from the Homestead Exchange DBA Ukiah Natural Foods Co-op. Is there a motion to approve those two that total the amount of $1,269?
I move with gratitude.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
With equal gratitude, I hope. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, moving quickly, we're all ready to the leadership report with Principal Chris Sweet.
All right, great, thank you. I'm going to share my screen here in a second. First of all, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart and from all of us at Big Picture Ukiah at South Valley for all the support that you guys have given us over the last few years going down this road of trying to do something very different. And I'm telling you, it has been literally a lifesaver for so many of our kids, and I'm not understating that. And I really, really appreciate that. We all do. So thank you very much. And to be honest, you know, let's be real, it's been a rough year. And I think just having the setup that we have at our school has been able to mitigate some of the major problems that we would be seeing from kids like ours, at-risk kids. And they are still happening, but we have done, I think, a pretty good job trying to limit those problems. but we're not perfect and we're still working on it. So let me share my screen real quick here. Can you all see this? I don't know what I'm looking at. Can you see my big picture thing?
Yes.
Great. Okay. First off, in the leadership report, I'm not going to go down this road too far, but just I just want to note that we've been working as a leadership team exhaustively on the reopening plans, and we are completely online with each other about where we're heading, and I think the rest of the night will probably speak to that. But I just want to tell you that's where a lot of our efforts have been. The other thing that's been going on, as you well know, is that you've helped us support our CAPS network process, which is to make our PLC process robust in our district. I am one of the schools that was in year 3 last year, whereas most of the other schools are in year 3 this year, and we're continuing on with that work. And we've been hearing from teachers and administrators across the district that it is helping. And I can go into some detail about that at some point if you want me to, but we're using it every week, almost every day at our school. And we're doing it in the true sense of the nature of what a PLC should be. So that's where a lot of the efforts have been. And just because of lack of time, I'll move on from there. So on our culture, you know, I think you guys know pretty well that I'm all about the one-to-one, right? Having one adult, and it starts with our school, to meet with our kids where they're at, on every moment, every day situation, so that the kids feel that they're accepted, they feel that they have a voice, and so that's where a lot of our time has been spent. I'm going to just go through this real quick. The ones in yellow is what I'm going to talk about just for lack of time. But the 3 above, what you're seeing in white, we've been working with a few universities and foundations around the work that we're doing. Amherst College, a professor out of Ireland, and then Stanford with the National Equity Project. And we're doing some amazing work. And at some point, if you want me to talk about that, but they're really appreciative of what we're doing and working with them. And then they're in kind are supporting us in the work that we're doing. So the re-engagement process, and I say re-engagement because we know that COVID really took kids out of it, especially over the summertime, but it's been great. And that's mostly due to the fact that we have a very, very robust advisory program. That means that one teacher takes on their kids almost all the time so that we're looking out for them. And that is the key to our re-engagement, right? We've got every teacher, we call them advisors, meet with, they have 15 to 20 kids, maybe a little bit more, sometimes a little less. But having one teacher looking over those kids, kind of like an elementary school, we know our kids through and through. And so when one falls off the radar, we've got so many eyes on it, but it really starts with that teacher knowing where they are and everything about them. So that's been really helpful. And then we've used other processes like this thing called ZOT, where we have kids meeting from our school with kids from around the world, Italy, Ireland, Zimbabwe, including other states in the United States, to talk about just what's going on, to see that their lives are so similar, but also very different. And that has been very helpful. Every week we do pick-me-ups where we get the whole school together and we do an activity together just to create community. And then I want to tell you guys, I appreciate the amount of counseling that we've had over the last few years has been really helpful this year. And it's hard to get our kids on the phone over Zoom, but they're starting to figure out they need somebody to talk to, and that counseling has been very helpful as well. As for the culture, what it's led to is an extreme reduction in suspensions. Our attendance is up. Our expulsions are basically non-existent. They are actually. And as we moved into COVID, the release last year, we had only suspended 7 kids, and it was 5 unique individuals by the time we went into it. And with, as you well know, the kids that we usually get have a long history of suspensions. So that the fact that we're having so few has been just a testament to that our school is their family and they don't want to screw it up, right? And so they don't want to take things where they shouldn't. And then our dropout rate is good. It's been better than ever. I think we had a little bit of a dip last year, but I'm not sure why, and we were trying to figure it out, but then we went into COVID, so it's kind of hard to say. And then we have a lot of student-led groups and whatnot. So I can come back to any of that if you feel like it at some point. Academics, yeah, we're back in WASC. So we got the 6-year approval. That was 3 years ago. So we have the 2-day follow-up this year, and it should go just fine. But it is weird doing WASC over Zoom. So we'll see how this goes. But I'm sure we'll be fine. Rachel Prosser is taking the lead on that to help me do the writing of it. But it's again just an update. But I think we should be fine there. As for our the other parts of our academics, so I know you guys know that we do a lot in the way of internships and apprenticeships. So I want to just report out that last year we had over 50% of our kids in an internship or mentorship last year. It was pretty impressive. And we were hoping to get to 80% this year, but that's not going to happen. But we do have kids in internships right now. We're literally, I think at last I count, we were at 6, but we've kind of fluctuated between 6 and 10. We've got to be really vigilant about making sure the kids are in the right spots and not in a situation that is dangerous to their own health or their family or the business, right? So, so that's been great. And then, like I had mentioned before about the PLCs, we have been doing book studies. We're using a lot of the processes that Dr. Maney through that PLC process has taught us. And that's been very, very helpful to make sure, because we get kids from all across the spectrum, 4th grade reading levels up to college, right? And so to try to find curriculum that hits all those parts is difficult. And so having that process of a PLC to sit together in a room and ask each other, hey, what are you doing to reach your kids? Or, hey, what are you doing? And then having that shared discourse has been very helpful. Exhibitions, things like that we've talked about before, using learning plans. We're about mastery learning and competency based, and then we do as much as we can to get our kids out into the community, whether it be in Ukiah or the greater Mendocino County area, even Sonoma County, to get these kids who usually are stuck in place, right, to see other things. And that has been, I can't tell you how important that has been for our kids to see that there is something larger than their small little world. And that leads to a greater lifetime learning. We're seeing it and wanting to be engaged in school, like literally engaged, not just compliant, but literally engaged in their learning process. And that is what we want across the board. And so, yeah. And I know my time is supposed to be limited, but I just wanted to say that. And then if you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions, board members?
I don't have a question, but I just want to say how much I appreciate the work you do there and how inspiring it really is and how exciting it is to hear what you're doing with your students. I always love getting the South Valley update. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Great, great. I remember being at the WASC meeting a few years ago. So I'm sorry, it seems to come up so quickly.
Yeah.
Goodness. Okay. Nothing else? All right. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. Oh, Trustee Arkin?
I want to say the same things that we said, just that with all that's going on, that you can keep these kids still doing the kinds of things that they're doing and you're doing, and how positive it is. It's just wonderful. And thank all of you guys. I mean, it's a very special school that you've turned South Valley into, and thank you.
Thank you. I will say, just to be clear, I could not do this. I've said to you guys to thank you, but Katie and Deb and Nicole, they have been behind me too, because some of the stuff I have to do is kind of like, reading between the lines. Can I do this? And I asked them, and yeah, let's go for it. So it's been really, really, really helpful. So thank you guys.
Good. That's great. Okay, so let's hear from our employee organizations now. CSEA, Lisa?
Good evening, everybody. First, I just want to say thank you to all of you, everybody, technology, classified, certificated, everybody. This has been quite the year, and everybody has a super hard job, and don't take people's comments personal, because it's not personal. I had a parent yelling at me this morning, and I was able to turn her around, calm her down, told her, I got it. My son goes to school too. I understand your frustration. And by the time we were done and I fixed her issue, she was like, oh my God, you're a lifesaver. I'm putting your cell phone in my phone. I was like, go ahead. So, I mean, you know, it's those cases, like we gotta not take that stuff personal. It's super hard. And I can't imagine for you guys, especially Deb and Nicole and Katie, the ones that are like constantly working their butts off on a daily to make sure our kids are getting taken care of during this stuff, right? To the best of their ability. And people coming at them, any of us, is unfortunate. And I hate to see that. And it's sad. It hurts my heart. Because I don't think anybody got into education for money. I could be wrong, I'm not sure, but I don't think we got an education because we make big money. I think it's because we love kids and we want to help them and we want to make a difference in people's lives. I'm going to keep that thought and believe that. So I just wanted to say that I really commend every single one of you for everything you do all the time, because this is hard. So we had our chapter meeting on Thursday, and we ratified our tentative agreement and the 2 MOUs for the bus drivers, for the incentives for bus drivers. And what else did we do? I think that was the bulk of the business that we took care of. We have some trainings coming up for steward training. We're going on with our regular to-do things. However, everything is via Zoom. So we're doing our paraprofessional trainings. We're doing our MOT trainings. And I've sent that to the people that need that information. So hopefully we can get some of our people to go this year. Since it's Zoom, I think it'll be easier because they don't have to take time off work to do those things. And they're good trainings. You get some good information out of them. So that's really all I have. Oh, and I would just like, this is CSEA unrelated, but I would like to update the board with the tech hotline from 8 to 8, Monday through Friday, is going really well. So I just wanted to put that out there. I got calls on Veterans Day and you'd be proud I didn't answer. I usually will answer and I didn't. So they left a message, but it's getting more and more out there. I'm getting more calls from some parents that didn't know about it or somehow they missed it. So the word is out. I help kids come on the Google Meet, which is super cute because that's my favorite. You get little second graders, they're like, hi, they're all shy. It's so cute. My favorite part of the day. So it's going well. I think that was a good call to put that in place. I feel like we're supporting our community and our kids doing that. And I'm here to do whatever I can to make sure we're successful. So thank you all. And I hope you guys have a great night.
Thank you so much, Lisa. We appreciate it. And now we'll hear from the Ukiah Teachers Association representative.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Great.
I'm Janice Hartley, and I'm a special education teacher, preschool teacher for Ukiah Unified, and I'm the grievance chair for Ukiah Teachers Association. I am filling in for Terry DeSelke, so please forgive me for not knowing all the protocols. I just want to touch in on how remote learning. Oh, sorry, say again?
No, I just said try not to cuss. That's the only protocol.
Oh, thank you. That's a good warning. I just want to touch in on how remote learning has been going so far. It has been an extremely stressful time for teachers, but also a time of growth. And no one chose this. We have put in a tremendous amount of work and a lot of extra hours, and we are serving kids in the best way that we can in a difficult situation. I would like to thank Ukiah Unified on the excellent job they did in providing Chromebooks and hotspots for all of our students. Other districts in the state are still unable to provide this basic service, and I think it speaks to all the hard work of staff that were able to pull this off. Here are a few of the silver linings of remote instruction. There are a few. We've had increased parent contact, new ways of teaching and learning, increased individual instruction, and our ability to get to know our students and our families better. I'm a special ed preschool teacher. I have been able to coach parents, 3 families, on how to potty train their child much sooner than I would have during the school year. Something I never expected to say. Here are some of the things that we need to improve with remote learning. There's been a steep technology curve for everyone. Our students who were already underserved by our schools are having a very hard time engaging in the remote setting. And working parents, especially working mothers, are bearing the brunt of this pandemic and remote learning. That said, I'm here to present UTA's stance on the reopening schedule. We appreciate the slow rollout structure, but worry for the safety of the community over the timing of the reopening in the winter holidays. Schools are unique in that they serve the entire community, and we need to think about how our actions impact everyone's safety. Schools are also unique in that we have sustained contact indoors with students. Grocery stores don't have this, hospitals don't have this. Being inside for prolonged periods of time is the best way to spread the virus. COVID numbers in this county are rising, and we are on the cusp of the purple tier. Today, it was listed as 6.57 average positive cases per week, and then it was updated just a few minutes ago to 8.86 positive cases. And the purple tier is just 7 positive cases average. The CDC is projecting 5,500 to 13,400 new deaths in this country by December 5th, which is 2 days before we begin the in-person rollout. With the recent change in the weather and the coming winter holiday season, it'll be very hard for our county to avoid increased COVID cases and overwhelming our medical system. Remote learning has been hard enough to get going, and we fear that we'll reopen for a week and then have to shut down all over again. This is disruptive, not safe for the community, and a potential way to speed the spread during this crucial time. I would like to reiterate that the safety of the community is UTA's first priority. We are dismayed by the push to gather students and staff inside the classrooms when we know that COVID cases are rising. UTA is asking that the board delay reopening to January 14th so that our community can get through the holiday season without additional community spread from in-person learning. UTA wants to plan for the reality of a massive COVID surge in the next few months. We need to work together to provide the best possible education for students. We are happy to discuss possible options for students who are not doing well in remote learning and encourage the board to work with us on innovative solutions. Lastly, UTA's executive board has been warmed by the overwhelming solidarity of our members and understands that there are a variety of options over the details of reopening, but all of our members want to keep our community safe and help our students. Our interests are not separate from the community's interests, and safety is our #1 priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. I do want to take the opportunity since UTA just said they want to let the board know. And while we're happy to hear it, on July 17th, the board granted the authority to the superintendent to work with the collaborative reopening team that consisted of administrators and teachers and staff as the program and curriculum experts to lead the way on reopening. So we're not taking a board vote tonight on the decision. Those decisions have been made by the collaborative reopening team under the direction of the superintendent. So just so that that's clear. And that's also a response to the people who, especially this week, we got a lot of calls and emails. And some of them implied that it was the board's decision. And at this point, it's not. And I just hope people are clear on how that's going, and the way to have the most impact into the decision making is you're of course welcome to speak, and we have, I believe, 35 speakers tonight. But the other way too is to participate in the reopening team that has been meeting since May, I believe.
President Mulgard, I'm sorry, I'll be brief, but I do want to emphasize that I do want to emphasize that the decision on both the instructional model and when to make those changes are with the superintendent and not with the board, and we won't be voting on it. And I wanted to just be clear, President Mulgard, I have received communication emails on all sides of this issue, including people who've asked me to open the schools tomorrow. So we hear, you know, the timeline that people are comfortable with out in the world is very, very wide.
Indeed. And I would say that the ones I've received, most of us, just so the public knows, most of us receive all the same emails because somebody will write to the entire board. But sometimes you just get one or two, or they have a bad email and you only get that one, whatever. But I would say that those who want to open tomorrow include both teachers and parents, and those who don't want to open include both teachers and parents.
Right.
Okay. Any other comments for the moment? We're going to certainly address this more later in the meeting. Okay, hearing none, then we'll go on to D1, approval of the 2021 AB 1200 public disclosure for UTA, CSEA, and certified management, classified management, and classified confidential employees. And it's all good news. Mr. Barrickman.
Good evening and thank you. Okay, so 2019-20 was the 5th year of the salary formula that we have in place with UTA. And in 2020-21, we do what's called the true up for 2019-20, and we try to estimate what the possible raises could be for 2020-21. So when the formula was calculated this October, it showed a 2% increase above what had already been given for 2019-20. And that was due to our much higher than anticipated revenue levels in 2019-20. This was all pre-pandemic, of course. And then for 2020-21, we see a 0.79% increase for UTA salaries and benefits due to the reduction in the cost of STIRS. So all told, the formula calculation for 2020-21 is 2.79%. And so that is an agreement with UTA to give that to the union members. CSEA and management took what's called the Me Too, where they get the same increase. And so tonight you have the documentation in front of you to review the cost of those raises and make sure the district can afford them. Now, of course, it's a cost the district about $1.6 million per year, or almost $5 million over the course of the next 3 years or 2.5 years. So it definitely puts a strain on our budget and on our reserves. And we will begin to address that really when we get to second interim in March. We're not really going to know enough information about our budget and our revenues in first interim in December to really start taking this on just yet. But when we get to the spring, we will start talking about what this means for our budget long term and how we're going to deal with the cost of these increases. But for tonight, you are just being asked to review and approve the AB 1200s, saying that yes, we will still have a 3% reserve at a minimum at the end of 3 years.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Go ahead. Trustee Arkin, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. I'm sorry, I saw something. I thought it was your hand. Okay, if there are no questions, I would look for a motion to approve this public disclosure, giving the 2.7 increase in wages, which is always good news because our staff and teachers are so hardworking.
I move approval of the item, and I'm happy we're able to provide that raise this year.
I'll second that.
Wonderful. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go on to D2, presentation of the City of Ukiah's Proposition 68 grant application for the development of the Healthy Ukiah Sports Complex.
Great. So one of the really exciting benefits of having such a strong partnership with the City of Ukiah is that every once in a while an opportunity comes along for us to take on something new and strengthen and further develop our partnership. And so tonight we have Sage San Giacomo and Neil Davis and possibly Jake Burgess, I'm not sure, from the city to tell us about an upcoming opportunity they have at the Oak Manor school property. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Sage if he's ready. City of Ukiah is that every once in a while an opportunity comes along for us to take on something new and
Great. Sorry about that. I'm having to shut off the YouTube video and switch over to the Zoom. Sorry. I'm guessing that you could hear me.
Yes, it's
all right.
fine. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, good evening and thank you for having us here tonight. Before turning it over to Neil Davis, the city's Community Services Program Administrator, to provide an overview of the specific grant project for the development of a joint facility at the Oak Manor campus, I want to take just a brief opportunity to thank the Board of Trustees, Superintendent Cuban, and the Ukiah Unified School District team for the tremendous partnership shared with the City of Ukiah across so many projects, programs, and issues. I'm often amazed at the great work we do in this community with so few resources, but recognize that it's partnerships like the one we have with Ukiah Unified that make much of this possible. And really thank the Board of Trustees for your continued support in this area. One aspect of the partnership is the longstanding reciprocal arrangement between the district and the city to maximize the use of each of our facilities through a shared use agreement. It's this collaboration that fosters a lot of the enriching sport and academic extracurricular activities enjoyed by so many in our community that are organized by both the district and the city. The scope of these programs are unparalleled for a rural community of our size and demographics. I'm just absolutely amazed by the great work that our teams do between the city and the district on just providing just great services and resources and opportunities for our kids and community. To that end, we're always looking for ways to improve and provide better resources. And I believe the joint project that you're going to hear about tonight provides a much needed resource for the Oak Manor School campus and that community specifically, which is challenged with significant socioeconomic issues and is really an underserved and underrepresented portion in our community. And getting and providing great facilities for this segment and region is an utmost important for the city of Ukiah, and I know also for Ukiah Unified School District as well. We share in that. We share in that goal. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Neil, who's going to cover some specifics about the project, and I'm going to stay online to be able to help you answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Okay, Neil.
Thank you, Sage. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to just switch right over to sharing my screen. And so, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give you, can you see the screen now? Great. Yeah, I want to go ahead and give you some more detail about the project that we're talking about proposing here. We're calling it the Healthy Ukiah Sports Center. We have to call it something for our grant proposal. And every bit of this is open to your input. And we're going to be doing a lot of community engagement to try and get input on the project. And every bit right from the beginning, from what we call it, is open to your suggestions. For right now, we're referring to it as the Healthy Ukiah Sports Center, and it's Prop 68 funding through California State Parks, Statewide Park Development and Community Revitalization Program funding. Overview of the program is that it's a competitive grant and we're graded on a curve. And as Sage was saying, it is a lower socioeconomic area, and that is good news in terms of getting the grant. When I say it's graded on a curve, the fewer acres of parkland that you have per 1,000 residents, the greater levels of poverty you have, the higher you score. So we score pretty well on those counts, and we have to just try and figure out how we can score well all the way through the 100 possible points in the scoring regimen. They're looking for us to create a new park, expand an existing park, or renovate an existing park. And those are 10 points, 8 points, and 6 points respectively. We'll be doing one of those things collaboratively with the school district. And then we're going to want to look for additional recreational features that will create or renovate. And there's a little list here of examples of the kinds of things that they're looking for. It's a partial list. We can be creative. If you have other ideas of things that you'd like to see incorporated into this project, we can do that. It's really important that we get your input, and important that we get the community's input. You know, we always want to do that, but also there's 18 points involved in getting good community input and making sure that the plan reflects that community input. So last year we applied for this grant and we didn't partner with anybody. We looked at just improving the existing Oak Manor Park, and the feedback that we got was that it just wasn't a very jazzy proposal. And so this year we're coming back and looking at it again. And in looking at it, we realized that the school district has done a lot of community outreach already, and seen that a gymnasium is something that's been looked at for this area, and a walking path, Oak Manor PTO, and have worked hard at trying to get that. So that's potentially something that we can build into this project. So I think that's something we can really paint a true picture that this is an innovative collaboration that maximizes the use of the facilities, and it allows us to develop more recreational facilities without going into ag land or using property that might better be used for some of the housing needs that we need. So the collaboration that we have with the school district is really important to us. Now, this is a quick little draw. It's a very rough drawing of what we're thinking about. Don't take it too literally. Again, we can play with this. But I think essentially, if we're looking at putting a gym in there, it's going to be roughly located in that place there on the Oak Manor campus. And then we can put a variety of different other recreational facilities around that. And I don't think there's a big limit on the number of recreational facilities that we put in there. We can put in demonstration gardens and playgrounds and all kinds of different things. Again, it's going to be based largely on what you're looking for and what the community is looking for. All of these details are negotiable. At some point in the not too distant future. I don't think I mentioned right from the beginning that we had been thinking we were going to have a December 15th deadline on this. And with COVID related things, they pushed it back to March 13th. But I don't think we should be, we still need to push hard forward on this and really try and get all these agreements in place as soon as possible, because March is going to come up on us, particularly with the holiday season still to come. It's going to come up fast. But in any case, at some point, we're going to need to get some sort of resolution from the school board approving our application, and we're going to need to get some kind of site control agreement in place. We are looking at putting in primarily a gymnasium and then some sort of facilities around it. We'll be thinking that this is going to be a shared project between the school district and the city of Ukiah. We're really thinking that, like Sage said, we have this long relationship of working well together. And we're thinking if we keep it just our two agencies, just the city, just the school board, don't get other people involved in it, we can keep it nice and clean and simple. So the school district would have use of the facilities during school hours, and then the city would have use of it after hours. We're going to need to negotiate how we do daily janitorial work, we're going to need to negotiate seasonal maintenance, and of course, we're going to have to be thinking about capital improvements. Discussing this with some of the school district staff, it sounds like a way that might work is to have the on-site Oak Manor janitorial services do daily janitorial kinds of work. City perhaps come in and do some of the seasonal maintenances, those things that you have to do every 3 months to a year, that maybe the city takes more of a larger role there, and then that we would both need to be putting in annual contributions to a capital improvement fund. The city council has already approved Sage to go ahead and negotiate with you, and the city council has approved our spending $10,000 a year as a contribution to that capital improvement fund. So the facility that we're thinking about, obviously a quick artist's rendering here. We're thinking about this is going to be a steel building, pre-manufactured kind of thing, with pretty limited facilities. This would be the gymnasium, some sort of durable surface floor that would be low maintenance, some restrooms, perhaps a storage room of some kind, but no weight room, no locker room or anything like that. It'd be pretty basic to try and keep keep the costs down. We haven't finalized the budget. We got a little more work to do on that, but we are thinking this is going to end up somewhere in the $4 to $6 million range, even keeping things simple. We're going to do a lot of public input in the next couple of months. We'll have to figure out exactly the best way to do those kind of charrette kind of things that you want to do to get input while being physically distanced and safe. But we know that this kind of gym outdoor fitness equipment's been popular over at Pomalita. And again, coming back to kind of that list of various things that we could put into this, it sounds like I think there's a good chance that we'll want to put in some sort of multi-use small fields that can be used for a variety of different things. So I think there's a lot of possibilities here. We do want to get your input. We do want to get the community's input. But that's essentially the proposal that we're looking for. And at that point, I would say if you have questions, I think we'd be happy to try and answer them.
Right. Well, that's a nice 3-month delay in your planning there. It gives you a little bit of more opportunity to meet with
it's good news, bad news. It gives everybody else that time too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And Neil, I'll say that while we weren't successful last time on the Prop 68, the park bond grants, the city has been really successful with over our history. In fact, that's how we redid the swimming pools, how we built the skate park, and how we redid Anton Stadium was all with funding that came through park bonds. And so we know that we could be competitive in this area. We think that this collaboration adds to that competitiveness. It also, you know, having served on the district, a number of district committees, but specifically the capital improvement facility committees and the forward thinking about what's needed at school facilities, that we know that the gym facility is something that's desperately needed at this location. And we'll certainly go to support the district's efforts and perhaps, you know, if we're able to successfully get this grant money to build this gym, that frees up, you know, potential bond money that the school district has gone out for to be able to be used at other critical facilities. There's certainly no there's no amount of money that we could possibly come up with to fulfill all the needs, but this begins to get a bigger bang for our buck if we can collaborate on facilities like this. It also provides the opportunity for shared maintenance and shared operation activities, which limits expenses long-term for both agencies. So overall, I think just a remarkable opportunity for a good collaborative project between the city and the district.
I had a question, Trustee Morrow.
Please.
Could we stop sharing the screen so we can see everyone again? Thank you. I had two questions. What is the timeline for when you would find out if you're successful? And would the grant pay for the entire cost?
You know, off the top of my head, I'm not sure exactly what the timeline for it's typically 3 months to 6 months later that you find out this kind of thing, but I don't have a date off the top of my head. And yeah, this is a 100% grant. There's no match involved.
Wow, I think it's really exciting. It sounds like a great opportunity for the kids in our community, or the whole community, particularly that area of town that doesn't have this sort of facility. And I also wanted to say that I really appreciate how the city of Ukiah has done an extraordinary job with providing opportunities for the youth in this community, even before COVID and during COVID. It's been tough, and Ukiah has been right there the city of Ukiah has been right there to offer programs for our youth. And that's been really wonderful to see. I really appreciate that. I'm glad to see the parks are open again, see kids on the play structure. It's been really great. So thank you for all that work.
And just to remind the board, we're not taking a vote tonight. We're just kind of giving direction or feedback. Or if people really hate the idea, we should let them know.
Tell us now.
Yes, exactly.
Put us out of our misery if you hate this idea.
Yeah, but a more formal MOU or a memorandum of understanding would come back at a later time. Okay, Trustee Van Sant and then Trustee Arkin.
I'm too excited about it. It looks awesome. So I'm really happy that we can partner with the city on this project. This is going to seem slightly out of left field, and Steve Berkman might be wondering where I'm going with this, but we have some money to spend by the end of December, and I'm wondering if the district could contribute in a way to this project that would meet some of the requirements of our spending priorities that we need to accomplish by December 30th. I'm thinking like picnic tables outside or something like that. Or if we could prepay our $10,000 a year fee. You don't need to answer that, Steve. I just know we have a later agenda item about having to spend a lot of money by December, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to weave this project into it. So I'll just leave that there. Unless you want to respond.
I'd actually prefer not to have an answer on.
Yeah, let's leave that there. And just again, the project looks awesome. I hope it works. I hope it's exciting enough.
You know, one thing that I would say about that, although they don't ask for a match, it only ever helps to say you're kicking in some dough.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Were you thinking of, oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Arkin was next.
I just want to say, I think it's a great idea. It's long needed to happen. And so it's really very exciting. I really would like to have a amphitheater attached to the gym somewhere, but I'll just take the gym.
For performances?
Yes, I mean, for the kids, for the community in that area, it would be great.
Oh, that would be.
But I'll take the gym.
Yeah.
That can theoretically be written into the grant. It's specifically on their list of example things. Obviously, you know, if we have to always be looking at what things cost and how much is driving the cost of it. But we want to make sure that we're able to tell state parks that we changed the plan based on what the input was. That's really what they're looking for. Did you just come in with this cookie cutter and do what you said wanted to do after you got your community input, or did you hear community input and then adjust your plan? So if you want an amphitheater, we should talk.
Well, and maybe even talking to Mendocino Ballet and Ballet Folklorico to find out if there's a lot of interest in that area of town for those kinds of Trustee Diaz?
Yeah, let's see. Will this project present the opportunity to install a solar system for the Oak Manor School power needs?
There are points involved in making sure that it's an environmentally friendly project, but I doubt that we could provide power that wasn't directly powering the recreational facilities. This is a state park grant, and they're looking for recreational facilities. So I don't want to say no to anything, and I want to keep an open mind and be creative, and I love the idea, but I can't, but it's a little hard for me to imagine that they would fund solar that went beyond just powering the lights that we were putting up there for the thing.
But did you plan on having solar on your part?
No.
Why not?
So solar on
your building, on the building that you're constructing, the gym.
Oh,
huge gym.
I doubt it. You know, I talked to Mel Grandi the other day, and his opinion about an unrelated thing, and his opinion was at this point, it's still not really cost effective to do that, particularly with the city's electric facilities.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a plug for the city of Ukiah's electric facilities. We're about 30% cheaper than PG&E. And close to 75% renewable and carbon free. So when you start to do the ROI on an investment like that, it doesn't really pencil out very well, not until the cost of solar goes down or the price of energy goes up. And I will say, just in managing expectations, you know, what's really clear at a staff and administrative level, we've been talking about it, is that we want to avoid having to utilize resources, the very limited resources the city and the district have for other facilities and other facility needs, and that it's really important for us to try to ensure that that the project at this location is completely funded. We don't want to have a project that goes over budget and then we're having to come back to our agencies for a price tag that we just weren't anticipating. So these projects, and as you know, building on school facilities presents a whole host of different options problems, not options. We got to really anticipate those unintended price tag hits that we know that we're going to take with this project, and make sure that we build in the room necessary to ensure that we get to a 100% funded project without having to come back to the City Council and the Board of Trustees for additional funds if we're granted. I will say that I would want to give a shout out, of course, to Chris Francis at the school site and the teachers and the parents who are already engaged with us on the project and providing input. The school has been working really hard for a number of years to create the walking trail, the walking pathway, through fundraisers by kids, parents, and the PTO there. And we're really excited to potentially be able to make that a component of this project and get that done for the community. The other addition that I think is really important, and collaborators we've been talking with, is soccer. Soccer is one of those activities that used to be the largest recreational activity for youth in our community, with nearly 1,500 kids participating in the Recreation Youth Soccer program. And that has taken a real hit over the years. I don't believe it's because there's not the kids. We know that there's the kids that want to play, but it really is a lack of facilities that are, I think, really hurting that program. And to be able to perhaps do a multi-surface futsal outside at this location, I think is, again, something that would benefit our community and the school for PE classes and outdoor activities on a year-round basis. So just a few components that we are looking at that we've received some early feedback on, and that's why you see them in the conceptual plan.
Thank you.
I'm not very good at understanding how things are facing, when I see a picture of them. Is this touching the current field and tennis courts, or is it leaving those alone?
It's leaving those alone.
Okay, that's what I thought from the layout, but
Yeah, it's in the open field. If you drove into the parking lot at Oak Manor and just kept driving straight through until you were onto the grass, you would then run into our new gymnasium.
Okay.
And kind of the interesting part about this plan and layout is it utilizes the existing parking lot, right? During school hours, it's going to be used by the school, in which parking lot is also utilized by the schools. But in after hours, we're able to leverage the use of the parking lot for the downtimes for the other recreational activities without having to build more parking. That's the last thing you want to do and it's just not environmentally sound to do. So we are trying to utilize and site the facility in a way that is environmentally friendly and is also purpose serving for the campus as well.
Okay, more input. All right, Neil, what is your email, tweet, Twitter handle, however you want us to get in touch with you? And don't forget, you're saying this to the public as well, since we're on YouTube.
But I have to tell the truth then, right?
Yeah.
No, it's N as in Neil, N Davis at cityofukiah.com. And I'm still new enough here. My phone number is 467-5764.
So that's 467-5764.
Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. All right, public, you got thoughts? You get them out there. That's great. Very exciting project. And so you'll probably be back at our January meeting then, assuming that mutual planning continues to go well with Oak Manor staff and district staff.
Yeah, we'd like to get back to you at just really ASAP, and particularly in being able to make sure that you have somebody who can negotiate with City Manager San Giacomo.
Indeed, indeed. Both of our chief business officer and our superintendent have that authority, even if we have to sign off on final MOUs. So we meet monthly. If you need a special meeting, we can do it.
We may ask you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, as I said earlier, we're now going to skip down to E so that we're not keeping the public and other speakers who wanted to talk about distance learning and reopening plans. So we'll go on now to our item E, the educational program, and E1 is the distance learning update.
And just before our assistant superintendent gets started, I know this is a lengthy presentation. At our last meeting, the board requested some more detail about our survey. We're super happy to provide that. We have a couple of new components in here as well. So I know it's a lot of information. If you want us to stop on any slides or let us know. I know you've had this in advance, but I know we've got a lot on the agenda, and we will do our best to make this speedy.
Okay, so it sounds like we don't want to wait until the end for questions. If there's a question, just go ahead and pipe in during the.
And if you can see people to call on them.
Most people. Okay, go ahead. So Katie, are you going to be doing this for us today? Great.
Yes, I'm going to share my screen here in a minute.
Oh, okay. Well, then I won't be able to see some of you, so don't be bashful.
And Trustee Mulgard, maybe non-board members could just stop their video for now, so maybe you can see all the board members.
It helps. Thank you.
Can you see? Sorry, it just paused for some reason.
No, we can see your screen. It has everything else on with it, so you might want to go to full screen.
Yeah, I was in full screen and it didn't like it. Let me try this one more time. I apologize. I usually don't have a problem with this recently. Okay. For some reason, it wasn't letting me share in full screen, so hopefully everybody can see this good enough. Good evening, Board of Trustees. Tonight we want to give you the distance learning update. So if you have any questions, we won't go into as deep of detail in the data like Deb said, but if you, Superintendent Cuban, but if you have a question, please feel free to stop me and ask that question. So where are we at right now? Again, we started school on August 17th, and we are in the 13th week of distance learning. None of us thought we would be here at this point, but we are here, and schools have been closed to in-person learning for approximately 8 months. Part of the process of our distance learning update, and as we've been in distance learning, is to continue to get feedback from parents, doing phone calls to parents and also classroom visits. And so you can see we've done quite a few, over 1,000 calls to parents and close to 1,200 classroom visits. And those are always the best to get to go into the classrooms and see our teachers working hard and our students learning, and it's a real pleasure. So we've wanted to just let you know we're continuing that. At our last meeting, it was asked to bring attendance data back. And so we finished our first quarter on October 16th. And today I'm going to show you, just present quickly the attendance rate by school and demographic. And the way students can count for attendance is 2 different ways during distance learning. One is that the student is present with the teacher during live student engagement. And that, well, we mark that with a code 5. And the other way is through present through participation. That could be you logged into Google Classroom and completed your assignments. You may have had contact with a staff member on site. And those are the two ways that we mark attendance during distance learning. The other piece of data that we'll show you is overall attendance percentage by period for the secondary schools.
I'm sorry, President Mulgard, are we supposed to ask questions during this or not?
Yes.
Yeah. Just so I understand, Katie, and I know this is like, obviously we're doing everything differently, but if somebody shows up, let's say in an elementary school classroom live for the first half hour and then they kind of vanish, are they still counted as present in this new system?
Yes, it's
Okay.
just like actually when we're face to face, if a student is there, let's say for an hour in the morning and then has to go home, and that's the all day attendance. And then for secondary, it's the same, but then you also have period attendance.
Right. I guess I just want to be clear though, if you're a live person, you know the kids who left your room, and there's, you know, in this case, in theory, half the kids could leave the classroom and they would still be marked present. Although I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just saying, trying to understand what we're actually seeing when we see attendance rates. It's a different kind of.
Yes, it's the two different ways. Was the student there during the class meeting, or were they participating? And a majority of our attendance is through their participating in the class meeting.
The code 5 thing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So one of the things that we noted overall is that the majority of our schools and grade levels have an attendance rate over 95%, so that's good. And we do have some areas that are a little more rural, or a very small cohort where that was a little bit lower. And the reason I bring up the rural is usually, you know, students have more internet issues, even with the hotspots in the rural areas. Most of our subgroups are 95% or above. The Native American subgroup is at 91%. And many of our sites have, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, our re-engagement teams working with Native families. And then this slide is showing it broken down by language proficiency. TBD stands, that's probably a very small group of students if they haven't been assessed yet, but you can see most groups are over 95%. The second slide is showing students that are socioeconomic or not socioeconomic. And you can see there is a difference between those two, but overall that's above the 95%. Our special ed, and our foster, which is good to see that our foster students are attending, because many times, you know, during the school year, they might have lots of appointments or other things around attendance. Homeless is lower, and that's another area to look at, that many of our, you know, our liaisons and our re-engagement teams are working to support our homeless students. And sometimes those are connectivity issues as well, or a space to participate. And what I wanted to show you on this slide is this is showing the attendance rate by period, which is slightly lower because a student could attend one period but not another and still count in that all day category. But the trend that we see is, you know, by the end of the day, the last period is the lowest attendance rate. And you can see it's a little bit lower than the overall rate. So in summary, you know, majority of our schools are over 95% in the all day attendance rate. Native American students have a lower percentage, and that the last in the period attendance, the last period of the day is the lowest attendance. And some of the things that we're doing to address attendance. So the state of California, when we started with distance learning, requires a re-engagement team. So each site has a team of staff that work to monitor and follow up with students. Those teams review data, they make calls home, they meet with parents. There's lots of home visits going on. Sometimes it's a need to follow up with counselors, or sometimes the counselors are just calling and checking in. Also checking in if there are health issues for why students are not attending. And then one of the steps that we're taking is to really continue to work with our Title VI counselors and the re-engagement teams to continue to address the lower attendance rates for our Native American students. And many of them teams have been going out and doing home visits and getting in contact with parents about the importance of attendance and trying to find out what the issues are for why students aren't attending and seeing if they can resolve those. So that's the attendance portion. Any questions?
Trustee Nelson?
Katie, my recollection of our attendance from a normal school year is these attendance numbers are really, really good.
Yes, we're normally at about 94% attendance rates, depending on the month, but overall. So right now our attendance is a little bit higher.
Okay.
Katie, I can't see everybody right now, so I'm kind of scrolling through to see if any board members are making themselves known here.
I had the same question that Tyler had, so he beat me to it.
Okay, great. And just to be clear, this doesn't mean that the student's screen is on necessarily. Camera might not be on them.
When they first take attendance, the camera is on. There are we like students to have their cameras on. We request that they do. Sometimes we have internet issues, bandwidth issues, and students need to turn their camera off. Or sometimes teachers, if they're going to work on a independent task, but they want to keep all the students online so that they don't log out, sometimes they'll request to turn off the camera. But when they do take attendance, they're, calling the student.
So you're using very optional language about whether or not they leave the camera on. It just seems like if I know somebody's watching me, then I'm going to be paying more attention than if I turn my camera off and could be playing on a different computer game. So why isn't it required that students leave their cameras on?
It's required, but sometimes because all of us, it will, students have had bandwidth issues where they're, they'll actually ask the teacher, is it okay if I turn my camera off? Because I'm starting to slow down. I can't hear you. Sometimes the sound's affected. So there's other causes for that.
Okay, but that's the exception, not the rule.
Correct.
Okay, my impression from talking to students is that most students have their cameras off after the beginning, after roll.
That's been my experience as a parent.
Katie, it just seems to me that it's up to the teacher as to whether or not they're requiring the students to have their cameras on. Is that accurate?
For the whole period, yes.
Right.
Okay, well, this will probably come up later when we see the questionable grades later on, so we can. Are there specific strategies for Native American attendance and homeless student attendance?
Yeah, so usually, especially with homeless students, we call and try to find out what is the reason why a student isn't able to attend, because they have so many varying needs of why they may not be able to. And so it's really specific to those students, what they need to be able to attend.
Mm-hmm. Can they attend at the technology hubs if they don't have a good place to attend?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. And maybe the next time you send something out, you can just send out what the strategies are for specifically for the Native American student.
Sure. So then also requested was to share grades. We completed our first quarter on the 16th. And as you can see, the F rate. So this is what this data is showing you is the percentage of students that have one or more Fs. So it's an unduplicated count. And during distance learning, what we're seeing is that our percentage of Fs unduplicated are higher. And this has been an issue nationwide and not just here in Ukiah. Deb, I don't know if you want to talk about other counties.
Yeah, I know it is definitely, I mean, you've probably seen the Press Democrat, Sonoma County schools are talking about this issue. They're seeing a much higher failure rate. And our school sites at on the professional development day on November 4th, I think, this was actually one of their topics, was talking about what they can do to try and help mitigate this. So usually when you see increased attendance rates, you see better student performance, and we're not seeing that here. So it definitely is concerning, and I know our staffs are talking about what to do about it. And we did a comparison to last year, first quarter, and this is most definitely higher. And so concerning.
Mm-hmm.
Anne, can I, but before we jump ahead, so, but you guys don't have any thoughts about why we're seeing more Fs? I mean, we have more kids and more Fs. Are there any thoughts? Do you guys have any guesses? Did you come up with anything in November about perhaps?
Why?
Tyler, I haven't heard the report out from the school sites yet, but we will definitely follow up with them. So anyway, I'm sure a piece of it is kids are not turning their assignments in, and that would be for a variety of reasons. Maybe they don't understand it. They also, I know, broke out just for individual teachers, for their knowledge, looking at a multi-year comparison in these grades, and also they look at it by department. We've looked at it by subgroup, and that's the next slide that Katie will show you, is broken out by subgroup. So I wish I had more to share with you right now, but frankly, we just have been so focused on reopening that we haven't had time to circle back with the secondary schools about the conversations with the staff.
Thank you.
Trustee Van Sant?
This will be brief, and I see you have it broken out here by subgroup, and I just want to be clear. I really appreciate that everyone's concerned about this, and I'm really concerned about it. And I think when we say that they're higher than last year, and when I looked at the data that was provided from last year, for some of these grades, it's double. So it's twice as high as it was last year. So it's not just a slight increase. For some of them, it's 50% higher, 100% higher. So I think that that's really important to note, that in spite of really heroic work by our teachers, and I really honestly believe that, for other kids on the other side of the screen, even if awesome teaching is going on, the learning might be challenged for that child on the other side of the screen because the teacher just is on a different side of the screen. So I'm really worried about it, and I'm glad that you're paying attention to it closely. And I think we just have to remember, for some of these kids, having an F on your transcript, unless something changes wildly in the state rules, this can impact whether you graduate, what your transcript looks like. I mean, it could have an impact for many years past this time.
And I'll just add, when you look at SED as socioeconomically disadvantaged, Katie, can you go back?
Sorry. Yeah.
When you look at that bottom quarter right box, the percentage of students who are not socioeconomically disadvantaged compared to those who are, that gap is very wide. And, it's just with this pandemic in general, it's a huge concern in all aspects of this pandemic, school included, with our kids who are economically disadvantaged. So it is.
Superintendent, how does that compare with an average year? 33 versus 12. So that's almost 3 times as much.
Katie?
I don't have that data in front of me, but we can get that for you.
About broken out by subgroup, Ann, or the overall numbers?
No, I just meant the overall, just because you had just pointed that out. So I thought maybe it was on the top of your head, but that's fine.
I don't remember. I think there's like a 10 to 15% difference, something like that. It depends on the grade span too.
Sure.
So anyway, it is concerning, and I know our staff is concerned about it. Our teachers are concerned about it. And I will get something to the board in the next week in my Friday communication to let you know what our strategies are related to this. So
if you could, Katie, could you go back? Sure. I want to make sure I'm reading that chart correctly. Is that saying on that bottom section, is it saying that 33% of all SED students have an F? Is that what it's 33% of the total of SED students?
One or more.
And so 12% of non-SED students have 1 or more Fs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
And that's in our secondary schools.
Right. I just want to make sure I was reading.
Yep.
As Superintendent Cuban said, we'll get you some more information around the strategies. But on November 2nd, all the secondary staff met at their different respective sites. They either met by grade level or content area or faculty to review the data and started working on strategies around supporting student learning and reducing the F rate.
And again, I'll just add that this is not a Ukiah Unified specific issue. These conversations are they're happening all over the state, and certainly our neighbor to the south, Sonoma County. Go ahead, Katie.
The next slides, at the last board meeting, it was requested to break down 2 of the questions on our district operations survey. So we looked at, again, the number of stakeholders, and it was requested that we break the data down by stakeholder and whether they were free and reduced, not eligible. There is an unsure category on here because people are self-reporting. So we took the overall question of which of the following should Ukiah Unified focus on for improvement. And again, the top 2 needs were both social emotional needs and academic needs. With parents, the percentage for around with the free and reduced lunch families were slightly different in the percentage, but both of these came out as the top 2 for parents. And also social emotional needs with staff. Access to tools and technology was the other area for staff. And then interesting, when you look at students, those percentages were slightly lower. And again, the highest percentage was communication, and that was 32% for students that were non-free and reduced.
But Katie, it doesn't appear that there are too many gaps in here between subgroups, which is just interesting, except for the social emotional needs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think those are the 2 areas that have a difference, but they both are the top 2.
Any questions about that? Again, we're bringing this back just broken down to you. You requested it at the last meeting. Katie, go ahead.
The one thing I noticed was that all staff was 24% access to tools and technology needed improvement, but yet parents seem to think it's not so bad. And then students were kind of somewhere in between the 2. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder what it is that does staff need things, Or does staff just think people need, people being students need things, you know?
It's probably a combination of both.
Yeah.
You know, and the survey was given earlier in the year when, you know, we were still working on some of our technology.
All the hotspots hadn't arrived. Yeah.
You know, I really respect hearing the student voices. I think that's important, but I'm kind of like, what are they talking about with communication? So it's funny to like understand what they could mean. I mean, there's been an enormous amount of communication, and I don't feel like, you know, my teenagers like, I want to, you know, get more emails. So I'm kind of confused what that could mean. So, but that's sort of the risk when you ask students things, you're always not totally sure what you're getting.
I'm glad that the communication with your children is 100%.
Oh, right.
I get it. I'm like, yes, we need more help with communication.
You know, it was nice seeing the results from the parents because we have been working very hard on communication since this pandemic happened, and certainly hasn't been perfect, but we have definitely stepped up our frequency of communication as a district to parents.
As a parent, I echo that. I get an incredible amount of communication.
Sorry.
No, it's great. Thank you for.
And then as you can see here, the overall perceptions, there are a few differences and between those groups, but we've highlighted highlighted the parent group in yellow, the staff in blue, and students in green. And then as you can see here, oops, someone had their, so some of the areas that came out high were my access to basic resources and access to tools. School communication was a little bit higher with adults than with students. And then a continued need, you can see that the supports for students, academic needs, pretty much the same for most parents in terms of the percentage. But the students perceive that as a higher satisfaction. And then the online, you can see with online instruction, that percentage is pretty similar, but a little bit lower with the parents that were unsure of free and reduced. And then again, the support for social emotional needs with parents came out lower in how satisfied, and that was an area that also was requested to work on. And then you can see it's a little bit higher though with students. So, and then staff social emotional needs, which the parents and the students weren't surveyed on, came out at 59%. So that area of social emotional needs is still an area to work on. So we still have those focuses, sharing more of the data with staff. This is overview data, and then continuing to respond to some of those needs. And then at our last opening, we just talked about the collaborative committee for school opening. We did meet, and we've created the draft plan that'll be shared later tonight. So just to kind of wrap that up, we reported on that last time. And any questions?
All right.
Hard for me to see you, board, so go ahead and speak up.
Katie, you want to stop sharing your
Sure.
screen? There you go.
Thank you, everybody. Deb?
I was going to ask President Molgard if before the next item, we should take like a 10-minute stretch break, bathroom break.
Sure. So no questions for Katie. She's got a couple things that we asked her for more detail on that she can get back to us. Anything else for the moment? Okay, I have 8:04. So, all right, let's come back at, how much time do people need? 8:03. Let's try for 8:10. Try for 8:10. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Reminder to mute your phone, your mics.
Or we could have a really fun hot mic moment, but you probably don't want that.
We are currently taking a break until 8:10.
Okay, we're just waiting for one more board. Oh, Bjorken is here, waiting for one more board member, and then we'll get started. Okay, it is close. We almost made it. 8:13, and we'll get started again. Ian, are we back on?
We are back on.
Okay, perfect. Just making sure there. So now we are going to move on to our next agenda item, E2, Ukiah Unified Updated, reopening to an in-person instruction plan. And we'll have this presentation and then we'll receive our public comment. Okay, all right. And you know, it's a little misleading on the agenda here. It does, at one point it says action item, and in a different section it says recommended motion. There's no motion needed at this time. That is the correct thing. It's really not an action item, but it is for discussion. And I'm gonna need feedback. Okay, Katie, are you gonna be presenting, or Superintendent Cuban?
I will be starting. We'll be doing this together. But Katie, before you share your screen, just a couple of updates. We've also invited 3 of our principals to join us. We have Principal Osland from Ukiah High School, Principal Barrett from Pomalita, and Principal Burrell from Calpella Elementary. Thank you all for joining us. We thought we'd bring them along in case you have any detailed technical questions regarding school sites. So if you have any questions for them, feel free to ask when we are finished. This plan that is attached, I believe it's about 30 pages to the board agenda, is really just an updated plan from what you saw over the summer. So if you remember back in July, we had, I feel like I'm reliving July again, just so you all know. If you remember, not to bring up bad memories, but back in July, the board was faced with the difficult decision of determining how we were going to open our school year. And our public health officer at the time had recommended distance learning, or recommended the hybrid model. And then the board made the decision. And then 2 days later, the public health officer said that it was better to open with distance learning. So after that time in July, the board made the decision to delegate the authority to move us out of different instructional models to the superintendent. So that's why there is no decision in front of you tonight. But I did wanted to give you a few updates. The plan was updated for a variety of reasons. One is we've learned a lot since July. The state has generated new laws. One of them is the requirement that there is daily live interaction between a teacher and a student. So we've integrated that into our schedules and into our program. We've had some clarity around attendance, and we've included that in our program. We've had some updates around, personal protective equipment. So there have been a few tweaks to our plan that we put forward to the board in July. And then we've also heard from our staff some feedback on what they would like to see different in our plan. So I wanted to cover those things first, and then we're going to jump into the presentation. So we based on feedback, I just want to cover a few things. Actually, I think I'll do it when we get to those slides. That'll probably make more sense in terms of the context. But I want to thank everybody for their input into this plan. We've had input from teachers, classified employees, administrators, parents, and I will just say that there is no right answer during these times. And I've really appreciated how everybody has really just come together to try to do what we can that is best for kids and work together from that front. But there is not one perfect answer. And as a couple of you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we hear from a variety of people every day regarding concern that we're not reopened now, or that we are even considering reopening. So there's quite a variety of opinions out there. And I just want to thank our community for being patient and keeping a really good approach and attitude for the sake of your kids. So we know that the way that we are affects our kids deeply. I know for me as a parent of 3 kids, how I approach things affects them deeply. So I just want to thank you in advance for bearing with us in our community and our schools for everything that we're all going through related to this pandemic. So with that, Katie, if you could pull up the presentation. Some of this you've seen already, so I'm going to go through it very quickly and I'm going to get to the new pieces. And for the public, people who are watching, please note that this is a small sliver of our plan, and we have a more detailed plan that we sent out last Friday to parents and to our staff that is close to 30 pages long, where you can find a lot more detail. So Katie, if you can scroll through this slide, please.
And it is also on our website.
Yes, it is on our website, and I will talk to you a little bit about the parts that have been updated since it's been sent out. So we are going to really focus on our health and safety protocols, testing protocols, reopening timeline. We'll touch on our schedules and the school closure matrix. So that's really what our goal is tonight. And go ahead, Katie. These have not changed. You saw them in July, but these really are our guiding principles. Our first priority is to bring students back to school as we have traditionally had school. So that is always our goal, as soon as we possibly can, to bring our students back to in-person learning. We have been doing some small technology hubs in our district for kids who have serious internet connectivity issues. So we've technically had some reopening related to those small technology hubs that are happening. So those have been safe and have gone very well. But our first priority, again, is to bring students back to school as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. We need to make sure that we remain flexible and open to change, and a huge shout out again to everybody for doing that. And as you all know, as we have reported out, we have acquired a tremendous amount of personal protective equipment, air filtration systems, plexiglass, hand sanitizer, soap. We're purchasing new furniture, all in the with the intent of making the in-person return to school compliant with all of the health guidelines that are out there. So go ahead and move forward there, Katie. And I'll just say, I know that our schools have a tremendous impact on our community. We know that it's been a very big sacrifice for families to engage in distance learning and have your kids at home and not able to come to school. We know that has a huge impact on our community. So thank you for all that you're doing. We have we convened work groups way back in May, and they concluded their work in July. And then we have focused completely on making the best distance learning program that we possibly can. So we have been very focused until October on that. And at the end of September, beginning of October, we shifted back over to relooking at our reopening plan. And we reconvened our work groups that we had last spring to make sure that we had input as we were updating these documents. We've recently surveyed our parents in terms of what they think at this point they might like for their student. We know that might change in terms of the instructional model. We've surveyed our staff. We consult with the Mendocino County Public Health Officer. I am not a medical professional. I'm an education professional. And we rely heavily on the advice from our local Mendocino County Public Health Officer, Dr. Corin, and I want to thank him for everything that he's doing to help support the children in our community. Katie, go ahead and scroll. Let's go ahead. These are just some of the guiding documents. You've seen this before. And I will just go over a couple of these. You've seen these before as well. So we want to make sure that staff, when we return, that they have distance of 6 feet from students. that students and staff are required to wear facial coverings except when eating. And we K-12 will require facial coverings for any in-person learning. We are going to be asking our community, our parents, to do health screening at home. There will be a screening tool that you'll use. We want to make sure that if anyone is sick, that they stay home. We definitely do not want to be the cause of additional COVID cases in our community. And, you know, our kids have been great dealing with wearing masks, going to the grocery store with their families, washing their hands. I am positive that our families have done a great job training their kids on these really important procedures. We will have, when we return, we will have very concrete arrival and pickup procedures. And parents, I know it's super hard to not walk your student to class when you have a younger student, but we will be having very strict arrival and pickup procedures, and we will only have visitors on campus by appointment only. And so sad to say this, because we really rely on parent volunteers in our school district, and during this time where we need to have some stable cohorts, we will not have parent volunteers in the classroom when we return to in-person learning. We will be employing staggered breaks with social distancing, and I'll go over this, but we have quarantine and school closure procedures. And I know we refer to these as closure procedures, but we're never really closed. We are just moving back and forth between distance learning and hybrid learning if we have to. We have acquired, I talked a little bit about this, cloth face coverings, clear face masks, disposable masks, face shields, disposable smocks, gloves, plexiglass. I talked about, go ahead, Katie, hand sanitizer. And so each classroom is equipped with hand sanitizer dispenser at the exterior entrance. We've got bulk hand sanitizer stations. Sinks have hand soap and paper towels. We are having additional hydration stations for every site, and we have acquired no-touch thermometers for every classroom and office. So we have, our director of maintenance has been very busy over the last several months. Go ahead, Katie. We also are required to have a COVID-19 surveillance testing plan. And so I'm really happy to say that our health insurance plan will is covering surveillance testing kits for all covered employees, and they will be mailed to their homes over a 2-month period, so that all employees will have received a test kit and taken the test and returned it back. For employees who are not on the district benefit plan, they can test through the county public health department through OptumServe, and we will release them to go do that testing. When we have an employee who may have been exposed to someone with COVID-19, we will expect that they get tested before returning to the work site. So that is our testing plan. Katie? We did not have this in July, and the board asked us to develop this and bring it back to the board. And so there was a great desire to be able to make our decisions about the instructional models based on criteria. And since our July meeting, the state has come out with a California Blueprint for a Safer Economy. And as you all know, there are various levels in the state of California depending on the test positivity rate and the number of cases per 100,000 of a population. So as you all know, we were in purple for a very long time in our county. We have been in the red tier now for 4 weeks, which makes us eligible to reopen our schools. And so those are the different tiers in California, and we've lined them up with our instructional models. So for reopening purposes, if we are in the purple with widespread COVID in our community, in our county, we will be in distance learning. We will stay in distance learning while we're in the purple. When we move to the red, we are eligible to reopen. And we will be implementing a hybrid model both in the red and the orange. When we move to the yellow, we can move to a 5-day-a-week model. So we have lined up our different instructional models with the 4 tiers. And so we've developed that. And this is one of the areas where staff gave us feedback. It is very complex moving in and out of different instructional models. And the staff members on the collaborative committee recommended that we keep the same instructional model for the red and the orange tier. We had something a little bit different in the orange tier, but their feedback made a lot of sense to us, and we kept that the same. We will have the same instructional model in the red and the orange. So that was an update. And I just want to make sure I get these in there. Dr. Corin has recommended that we do a slow, gradual reopening. So that is how we have built this. This timeline off of is a slow, gradual reopening. And that's why things look the way that they do. It's really important that we make sure that our safety protocols are down pat and we can work out any of the kinks before we have all of our students back on campus. So Katie, can you forward the next slide? So this is our phased reopening timeline, and I want everybody to look at that little top line that says contingent on county health conditions. So we are, because we're doing technology hubs, we are currently open because we have small groups happening. So we could just continue to expand that. We were eligible to reopen on November 12th. Is that today? November 12th is today. So all schools in Mendocino County are eligible to reopen today. As I shared with the board, it's a really complex process for reopening. And we have been focusing on distance learning and with the idea that we're doing a slow, gradual reopening. If we stay in the red, our plan is as described here, which would be the week of November 30th through December 4th. We would still be on distance learning, but we want to provide our staff some more planning time. So we would have Wednesday distance learning schedule every day that week to allow for additional staff preparation time. And then on December 7th, we would reopen to our hybrid model for transitional kindergarten through first grade and for our special day classes, which is a special education program. For middle schools, we would just reopen with our special day classes, and we do have those technology pods that are still technology hubs that are still running, so we would keep those going, and the same thing for the high school. And then December 14th through 18th, we would continue that, and then we have our winter break. And our plan, this timeline, we have an all hybrid reopening for TK through 5 or 6, depending on the elementary school. Middle school, we would reopen our middle schools to hybrid, and then we would wait 2 more weeks to reopen our high school. And there are a variety of reasons for that. The biggest one being we have 1,600 students who attend Ukiah High, and we are offering parents the ability to do distance learning instead of our in-person program, and scheduling all of that takes time. Also, we want to make sure that we have all of our safety protocols in place and scale up in terms of our system. I also want to say that although we could potentially reopen on December 7th, if we're in the purple as a county during that time period, I am recommending that we will delay our reopening until after the winter break. If you saw our numbers today, and I know there was no reporting of numbers yesterday, so it's probably a culmination of numbers, we had 27 cases today. So it could be a possibility that on December 1st, which is the Tuesday before we were to reopen, when the state data matrix comes out, it comes out every Tuesday at noon, and we look at the state data, not the county dashboard. If we're in the purple, we are going to delay our reopening. So I just wanted to make it clear that title on there contingent on the county health conditions. And I know that's disappointing for some families, but we want to make sure that we have a wildly successful opening and that we keep all of our people extremely healthy. So that is our phased reopening timeline. Originally, we thought we would open on, oops, sorry, my lights just went out. I need to move around more. Sorry about that, everybody. I've been sitting still for too long. Originally, we thought we would open on November 30th. We've delayed that a week for a couple of reasons. One is because of the Thanksgiving holiday. And there's concern that with family gatherings that we might see additional COVID cases. And there was concern about opening on that day. So we delayed it a week, which gives about a 10-day difference between Thanksgiving and when we reopen. And so we have accommodated that based on feedback. And again, it includes a gradual reopening instead of opening all schools on November 30th. Okay, Katie. I talked about that, staggering of, yes, okay, so we talked about that. Katie is going to talk about the schedules, and I just want to say one thing about the schedule. If you remember, board, in July, you approved the hybrid schedules, and they included a full day schedule. So these schedules went through the lunchtime and into the afternoon. And with our requirement for live daily interaction, we had to schedule a time period in the afternoon where teachers could see the kids who were not in in-person instruction. Those were their kids who were at home. So we had to build that in. And then there was also feedback from staff about concern that students would be staying through lunch, and that could be a potential for them to mix cohorts and that sort of thing. So we did make that change with input from our staff to have our schedules end at lunch. There will be a 4-hour period though where students are on campus. It's very close to 4 hours on those days. So Katie, do you want to just talk about those schedules? And I know you've seen some of these already, so.
Sure. Just as Superintendent Cupin was speaking, the model has an AABB model where students are on site 2 days a week before lunch. And as Superintendent Cupid said before, the state has required live daily interaction between students and a certificated staff, a frequent live daily interaction. And so we've put that in the afternoon. In those afternoon sessions, students will, at the elementary level, will be meeting with their core teacher. They'll be checking in on the work that they assign to them. And then they'll also be providing English language development for students that need that, so that they have that continuity while they're at home. So as you can see in the schedule, you've got a group of students here in the A cohort. They go before lunch for approximately 4 hours. The students leave, staff have their lunch and prep, and then there's a check-in in the afternoon. At the secondary level, that's very similar, except that the check-ins the check-ins are shorter, and they're not with they have periods, so they're not with all of their teachers. And in those periods, there'll be like an advisory where the teacher checks in with the student. If there's a school report to give to the students, a school message, that'll be done. And then also students will be encouraged to attend office hours. So as many people know, challenge with the hybrid is the students are only on site 2 days a week. Also on Wednesdays, students will participate in live daily interaction with their teachers and then have asynchronous instruction with additional time for teachers to plan, provide office hours, and some more individualized instruction. that's the basic schedule for the hybrid. There's times are slightly different at each school. And the secondary goes a little bit longer than the elementary.
Katie? Yep.
And so the tricky part in the hybrid models is that students are still required to have 240, approximately 240 instructional minutes. And it depends on grade level. So K1, 2 have different grade minutes, but the students still have to have those instructional minutes, both when they're at school and when they're at home. So you can see I kind of described those same things that earlier with the diagram. Also, there's an option for students to continue on distance learning, and that's what we're doing right now. We've sent the survey out. We're just following up with parents that haven't filled the survey out because distance learning is still an option for families. And then Deb, do you want to talk about the closure document?
We forgot in our distance learning report out, we forgot to mention all the wonderful in-person activities that are going on our campuses. Our student advisor, Mason Hoppy, talked about some of that, and our city manager also talked about some of our collaboration that we have. But I'll talk about that before we close. And I only bring that up because those have been very safe, and we have great protocols in those programs, and they've been successful so far. So we're very happy about that. So I do want to talk about these health protocols. Katie, if you can click on that link, that would be fantastic. I want to talk to you about that, how this has changed since the summer. We'll see if that can come up there. Katie, do you want to take a second and see how you can pull it up somewhere differently?
Yes, give me 1 second. I don't know why it won't open.
So a couple of things related to this. When we reopen, we're going to use, there we go, magic. When we reopen, we're going to use the matrix that we previously showed you that is aligned to the 4 tiers for the state of California. After we reopen, we move to this, which is our Ukiah Unified School District Health Protocols. So once we reopen, we're no longer, our opening is no longer contingent on the 4 state tiers. So this outlines what we will do if we have a positive case. One thing that we have changed, this was based on staff feedback and doing some more research in area, don't scroll down yet, Katie. In areas like San Francisco, you can see under scenario 1, if a student exhibits COVID-19 symptoms, for example, they have a sore throat, they have a stomach ache, we will be sending that student home. Hopefully their parent will keep them home and they'll catch that before they come on. But if they don't, we are asking students to stay home for 10 days after the symptoms began. But they can come back sooner if they have a negative COVID-19 test or a doctor's note. So this is a new section that we added to this. There's a concern that a student may have symptoms and be sent to school after a couple of days. So we want to just make sure we have extra safety precautions in place. And so we've included that. The other difference here is that if you scroll down, Katie, to number 5. So when we return, when we have returned to in-person instruction, we would return a school to distance learning when a school has 2 or more cohorts with 2 or more cases, or at least 5% of the total number of teachers, students, and staff are COVID-19 positive. I'll just tell you now, we're going to use the first scenario, which is where we have 2 or more cohorts with 2 or more cases. Then we would return that entire school to distance learning for a 14-day period. And then if we have 25% of our schools, and this is directly from the California Department of Public Health guidance, when we have 25% or more of our schools who are in that scenario, they've had to return to distance learning, the entire district would move to distance learning. We have done a tremendous amount of research. We've been looking to school districts that have reopened successfully and have not had to close down. They've been reopened since September, for example. We've been looking to those schools for their safety protocols to make sure that ours are in line with those safety protocols. I'm super excited because one of our school sites is going to be Zooming next week with one of those elementary schools to learn from their teachers about what they're doing. So we're very excited about that. So I wanted to share this matrix with you again. The first matrix that I showed is what we're going to use when we reopen, and then we will move to this after our reopening. I just want to make sure, yeah. Oh, the other thing on the instructional models, we've had some really creative ideas from our amazing teachers, and we do really want to allow for that creativity. For example, one teacher asked if half of her class, elementary teacher, half of her class wanted to do distance learning and half wanted to be in person. Could she serve all of her kids still and have the half who want to be in person come to school on Monday and Tuesday, and then she serves her distance learning kids on Thursday and Friday? We really want to allow for that creativity in our district. We've also, our Pomalita DLIP 6th grade teachers have asked if they could pilot serving distance and in-person kids at the same time. And so we really want to allow for that. We are in a time of great need for creativity and trying new things. And so we really appreciate those ideas coming forward. We want to try and keep things as stable as possible for kids as they transition to a hybrid model. And again, with all of this, we're allowing parents the option to choose a hybrid model. And I think with that, oh, Katie, go ahead and move forward to the next steps. So we're going to continue to refine our opening plan, our reopening plan. We're going to continue to monitor the county health conditions. And I'll just say this to everyone, the thing that we need to look at is the state spreadsheet that comes out every Tuesday by noon that shows every county's status. That is what our status is being based off of, not off of the county dashboard and the colors that are on the county dashboard. We've tried to project that, and it doesn't work out. So we are now completely relying on that state, the state data. But just remember that there's a 2-week lag in the state data. So we're going to keep monitoring that. We are engaging in collective bargaining with UTA and CSEA for any impacts to the working conditions, and we're going to continue to communicate. And again, much of this is contingent on our county's ability to stay in the red or better in the tiers. And if we go back to purple, we will be delaying our reopening. Sorry, I talked a lot. That was a lot of information. Does the board have any questions?
Questions from the board, and then we'll hear from our public, and then you'll have another opportunity for questions as well. Well, I have a question. You were giving an example of when a school had to close down because they had X number. Would we ask the staff and teachers and or students to all go get tested during that 14-day closure period?
Because we're closing for 14 days, that is really the isolation period. So
In theory, they don't need a test because either they develop it or they don't.
right. We are encouraging people to get tested, though. It's really important. And it's so important for all of us to work really hard to make sure that we are adhering to the public health order with social distancing, wearing masks, hand washing. If we all work on that, we'll do our part to get our kids back in school in person. And once we are in person, it is imperative that we all work hard to adhere to that so we can stay in person. I am very happy to report that we have been running after school in-person activities in Ukiah Unified. It has gone very well. We are adding on the 16th, which is Monday, we're adding another school with our partnership with the city of Ukiah. So Frank Zeke, we will have an after school program at Frank Zeke. We're allowed to do those after school in-person activities under the health order. We've had a lot of, as Mason Hoppy reported out, we have a lot of sports related conditioning activities going on. Somebody asked me recently about sports, and I think I'll have Gordon, Principal Oslam, report out on that. Sports are supposed to start on December 5th. That's per the California Interscholastic Federation, but we'll get a report out from Gordon maybe on that after maybe we hear public comment.
Whichever you prefer, before or after.
Board, what do you think?
I can make it quick if you need, Deb.
Sure.
So we met today, North Bay League. Steven Summers, the athletic director, and I met with all of the other principals and ADs from the North Bay League. And all of our competitors are in Sonoma County, which is purple zone, which is ironic being that we are purple. But they're not in a position to move ahead, though they have some idea that they may be going into red. There's some testing numbers that they're playing with down there. But the more important story and more instructive story is really going to come hopefully before the December 7th CIF North Coast section date on resumption of athletic programs in anticipation of competition. And so we're expecting CIF and North Coast section to issue an updated version where they will align the color tiers with specific sports and what in a given color tier you would be able to participate in competition. And so right now we're in this holding pattern. We clarified where we were all at, and we're in that holding pattern. We're the only red one, but it isn't entirely clear in any of our reading within the district nor theirs of what red means when it comes to competition. We certainly know in purple you're not competing, and we look forward to the CIF NCS report and guidelines. And then from there, what we'll do is sit down as an NBL and make sure that our districts are all in agreement with whatever the recommendation. If they say you can do cross country in red, but you can't do some other sport, then we'll go through that and see where we're at. So that should be coming hopefully pretty quick. And it has been at the state waiting for their rendering, and then we'll be able to know where we're at. So everybody just needs to be patient. And I think the minute one school starts competing in this area, you may get calls and people saying, how come we're not competing? We're on it. We're pretty proactive, and you just need to be patient. So that was our meeting today, and that's where we're at. We're waiting. That answer the question, or if there are other questions, I'll take them.
Thank you.
Any other sports related questions for the moment? Okay. Do you want to go ahead and have Principals Barrett and Burrell report now as well? Or do you want to wait until after public?
I didn't know, do you have any specific questions for any of them?
I know we got a DLIP question in the mail about the immersion program. I don't know if you want to deal with that now or later.
Go ahead, Principal Barrett, or the question.
Well, the question basically was a parent writing to say, hey, what's going to happen? It was literally that broad. So
I mean, sure. I'll clarify, and my screen may have just frozen, so.
No, you're
I'll just-
fine. We see you.
Okay, I'll just keep talking. And just to let you know, President Mulgard, I've been going in and out, so if I seem like I don't know what's going on, it's because my internet is a little shaky.
Okay.
But I did, the question I had from some DLIP parents is there was some confusion on their part and my part and everybody's part of whether or not your choice of either distance learning or in-person learning would impact whether or not you were able to keep with Spanish instruction. And it's possible, Principal Barrett, you don't fully have that worked out yet, but I didn't have any clarity myself on that.
Yeah, we worked everything out at the beginning of the year after the June survey. We identified which students would be going into the remote and wanted to go into remote, and which ones wanted to go into in-person if we did open up school. Unfortunately, we don't have enough bilingual teachers to have a DLIP remote, but we did call all of the parents at that time that wanted to be in remote and explain to them, the DLIP students, parents, and explain to them that their option would be limited if they chose remote for DLIP. So we did inform all of those parents that chose that option at the time. Most of them chose to be back in the hybrid if we went into that model. So the problem we have is we just don't have enough personnel.
Can I just clarify, if somebody's listening at home, we're talking junior high, we're not talking Grace Hudson DLIP. It's specifically 6 through 8 DLIP. That won't be affected at Grace Hudson. They will still continue their DLIP.
Yes, Palmelita.
That's Palmelita.
That's helpful, Principal Barrett. So what that's telling me is that if as a parent, you chose at the time to go back into in-person, if and when it ever happened, you would not have gotten that phone call. So you wouldn't even kind of know that that was something that was an issue. Okay.
That's exactly right. We were going off of that June survey.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Sure.
And on that note, I just, it's really difficult to provide everybody everything that they want or need in offering these choices. And we may have some classes at Ukiah High School. If you have one advanced placement fill in the blank class, we cannot offer it 2 sections with one distance learning and one in-person learning. So those classes will be identified, and we will most certainly inform people, but we can't do it all. We're going to do everything that we possibly can, but it's just impossible to do everything.
Trustee Vincent?
And I know we have a lot of public comment, but I just want to ask the questions that might be helpful to those that are about to publicly comment. So I've heard from some, as Trustee Mulgard mentioned, and so did Superintendent Cuban, I have heard a very wide range of opinions on this issue from everybody. But some of those opinions or some of those questions are parents who are concerned about whether or not their student would retain the teacher that they have now, and that's sort of influencing their decision making. And I understand that there is like a chicken before the egg thing here, and if you don't know how many people are choosing remote learning, it's hard for you to figure out the staffing. So I just want to understand the process for parents who are feeling very anxious that they made a choice in the survey, but it might be when they find out more detail, they may want to make another choice, how that will work for the district, if that makes sense. Because some people, it felt like whether or not they're going to retain their teacher actually influenced their choices.
Yes, and I have been, when parents have inquired with me about, they changed their mind from 2 weeks ago, they need to email their school site principal to let them know that prior to the scheduling happening.
Which will be when?
We're finishing up those surveys now. There are phone calls being made to we only had about 60% of our parents actually take the survey. So the staff is now calling the 40% of parents who didn't take the survey. And I think in some cases, I think Ukiah High made calls to verify what people marked on their survey. So, and we're going to do our absolute best to keep the kids with their teacher, especially at the elementary school. It may not be possible. We're going to do everything that we can to do that.
So just because I want to really help, again, the listeners and the audience here. So if a parent who's not in TK1, because I know that's the first group going, is concerned and wants to know whether or not their child will be able to retain their teacher for the distance learning or in person, I want to make sure I'm giving the right clear. I don't want to say that they should contact their principal and then you get like 500 people calling you. So what should they do if they want to find out what that is? You know?
No, yes, they should contact the school site.
Okay.
I mean,
and the
they
school site may or may not know whether or not they would retain their teacher. They may not know that answer quite yet.
that is correct, but for elementary schools, within the next couple of weeks, they definitely will know.
Okay.
I mean, we're really trying to tackle right now, we're trying to tackle TK through 1.
Right.
Because that is the first wave of reopening. So that is definitely our priority. But the more, I know that some parents felt that they were not informed about what the schedule was going to look like. And I get that they might want to change their opinions, but they should try to do it soon. It would be very helpful to us because these principals and the staffs, it's a Herculean effort to try to make this all work with, we need to try and accommodate staff members who have medical conditions. It's like a big, huge puzzle we're trying to put together. So the more information we can have from parents up front, the easier that will be on the school sites. And I understand that some of them will want to retain their teacher regardless of what the program is. And so they should make that known to their school sites.
Okay, thank you.
Jobs of office staff, so don't be afraid to leave a message and, English, Spanish, speak slowly, leave your phone number, you'll get a call back. Principals always return calls.
And I have to say to our school site staffs, the administrators, family liaisons, counselors, this is a huge task. And I know there are some people who are in our community who are upset that we are not reopening right away, especially at the high school level. And all I can tell you, having done a master schedule for a larger high school, it is extremely complex. And when you're trying to layer in their choices for parents on distance learning, it makes it even more so. So bear with us. We will get there. And it's just going to take some time and patience. But our principals especially, thank you so much for what you're about to do, because it's definitely right there unprecedented, like this whole situation that we're in.
Great, thank you. Any other board questions for the moment? Or you know what, I feel bad. I feel like we're leaving out Principal Burrell. So Principal Burrell, could you share anything you'd like to share? Because I don't want you to feel like just because we didn't have a specific question for you.
No problem. I do feel like Superintendent Cuban really hit it on the head with the priorities for elementary. I know how important it is that parents keep their teachers. The teachers and the students have really bonded. So that is a priority. And we do know our parents very well, and we will call them if we have any questions, or they can always feel free to call the site. I agree. You just need to call the site. And once we get everything put together, we may be initiating some of those calls just to double check. Is it worth this change for you or not? So leaving that up to the parent, making sure we can accommodate that.
I just want to say I really appreciate that. I know it's a lot of extra work for you to get all these phone calls and try to find out exactly what the parents need and how to meet their needs. But I think that's seems like there's no other way to do it. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you. There is no other way to do it.
Well, and just to remind the public, the reason this is so difficult is we don't have a lot of room for kids to be moving around. The whole point of going to the hybrid model is so that there's only half the number of students in each class. So it's not like you can say, oh, there's already 26, let's throw in a 27th. That's not the situation we're in. So it makes everything harder to resolve. Okay, all right then. Well, hearing none, let's get started on our public comment. All right, we have about 35, it looks like, but sometimes people drop off because they just get busy and they aren't able to come through. So I just have to say at once that, you know, as we start to talk about who's at bat, who's on deck, and who's in the hole, do I need to remind anyone of who the world champions are for 2020? Yes, it was the LA Dodgers. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure no one forgot that. And to that end, we have Macadam Lojowski as our leadoff hitter. Then we have Chesney Kelly and Christy McDougall. So Ian, our wonderful tech person, do we have Macadam?
We do not have Macadam currently in the queue.
Okay, he is allowed to come back because he submitted his name. So do we have Chesney Kelly?
I believe we do. Let me try to find them real fast. 945. Okay. I am admitting Chesney Kelly now.
Okay, and after Chesney will be Christy, and then after Christy will be Rachel Mackey. Okay, Chesney, please go ahead and make your public comment, and we're doing 3-minute public comments tonight.
They have not unmuted themselves yet.
Okay.
And it's *6 to unmute.
Chesney, are you with us? Chesney, you need to unmute. Oh, Chesney, I'm bummed. All right, well, let's put Chesney there in abeyance for a moment and move on with Christy McDougall. 35 is going to go a lot faster than we imagined. My goodness. And then after Christy is Rachel Mackey and Laura Ware.
Okay, I'm admitting Christy McDougall now. She just needs to hit *6 to unmute herself.
Okay. Christy, are you with us? Wonderful. Hi, Christy. You have 3 minutes. We're listening. I'm with Christy McDougall.
Okay. I'm going to try to mute my Zoom meeting. I submitted a letter earlier to the board, and so I guess I'm just going to read that letter. Dear School Board of Ukiah, please open up our schools. Our children have been isolated for 8 solid months, and it's time to go back. I'm sure I do not need to tell you about the depression, anxiety, and loneliness our children are experiencing. I'm sure you have been told. What I don't understand is why you are not acting. Why do I get countless notifications about how to recognize and handle signs of suicide in school-age children? And that seems to be the answer. Let's manage the thoughts of suicide and not how we can get back to in-person learning as soon as possible. This does not make sense to me. Why does the district need 11 more weeks to open up the high school when they seem to clearly understand the urgent need and how important it is to our children's mental and emotional health? I simply do not understand the seemingly blind eye to this very serious issue. Our children are suffering. I know it, you know it, and the teachers know it, yet here we sit. Not to mention the educational deficits, which I can go on about with about 5 more pages. We've been told for weeks and months that the district has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on air filtration systems and PPE and has worked tirelessly to get ready for in-person learning, yet here we sit. We've been given the green light from the state to open as of today, yet here we sit. This is simply unacceptable. I thought we were going to follow the science, and now the science is saying that in-person learning is not dangerous, that there's been study after study published and article after article that in-person learning is safe and working. Even in the state of California, schools have gone back and are proving not to be super spreaders. In our own county, the private schools have been back to full-time in-person learning since September with no issues. St. Mary's opened up their upper grades today as the health order allowed, yet here we sit. Even in New York City has gone back to in-person learning. Please explain to me why little Ukiah Unified cannot manage to coordinate an in-person model when the giant ground zero for COVID-19, City of New York, can pull it off. States all around the country have been back to in-person learning for sports, as well as sports, for months, yet here we sit. It's my understanding that the teachers union has refused to go back, yet every single one of my kids' teachers are saying that they can't wait to go back. This is very confusing to me and my kids. Why aren't the teachers considered essential workers? There are police officers, firefighters, and grocery store employees that have all gone back and not have problems. I can't possibly believe that the distance learning is a good solution. My kids are in front of a computer for up to 7 hours a day, locked down with next to zero peer social interaction, and I promise you it's a hot mess. This is not a good solution. Am I at a time?
Yes, but we did receive your letter.
Okay. I just want to reiterate that there are parents that want to go back, and I understand. I've listened to the entire board meeting, and I understand all the problems. I want our voice to be heard, that our kids are suffering and it's bad. It's really bad.
We appreciate your calls, Christy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
We will now hear from Rachel Mackey, followed by Laura Ware and Erica Nickerson.
Rachel Mackey is not currently in the waiting room, neither is Laura Ware.
Okay. Then we will go on to Laura Nickerson, followed by Jennifer Grossi and Toby Hargens.
I have admitted Erica Nickerson now. She just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Okay. Great. Erica?
My name is Erica Nickerson. I have 2 daughters attending school in Ukiah, one at Grace Hudson and one at Ukiah High. I support all students starting back to school on January 18th, provided that our county is not in the purple tier. I wish to advocate for the continuing distant learning on the basis of rapid deterioration of health conditions throughout much of the United States. Daily cases, positivity, and deaths are all increasing at an alarming rate. California has so far avoided the rapid deterioration. The state positivity rate is under 5%. The Mendocino positivity rate is 3.7%. These are under the 5% threshold for safely having in-person instruction in school. So we do fall into the category where in-person instruction can be considered. However, relaxing the COVID vigilance by initiating in-person instruction during this national increase in disease and death seems to be tempting fate. In many regions in the United States, the recent COVID spike is believed to be exacerbated by relaxing various restrictions and opening activities too soon. If in-person instruction is initiated, the guiding plans are too vague in regards to specific classroom actions for individual grade levels. For example, the plan indicates that outdoor activities are encouraged, that eating should be outside, etc. But how is this going to be implemented as we head into cooler weather? That is not addressed in the plan. Furthermore, the plan states that non-contact thermometers will be provided for each classroom, but instruction on when it is appropriate to test students is not provided. Furthermore, vague guidance is given on isolating and handling fluids like vomit and other secretions from students. This is a routine problem in grades such as TK, K, and first grade. Very specific instructions are needed to delineate staff responsibility and reporting and implementation protocols. For example, when is a student to be removed from our classrooms and isolated for exhibiting symptoms? Is this after one cough or one sneeze? Moreover, the plans indicate that families are responsible for a health check before children come to school. What are they actually required to do to perform this screening? And how are they to communicate to us that they actually performed the screening? Again, I support all students starting back on January 18th, provided our county is not in the purple tier. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Jennifer Grossi, followed by Toby Hargens and Cameron Smith.
Jennifer Grossi and Toby Hargens both are not currently in the waiting room.
Okay.
I'm entering in Cameron Smith now.
Great. After Cameron Smith, we'll have Dory Kramer and Melissa Smilgus.
Cameron Smith is now in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 in order to unmute.
Cameron, can you unmute? Great. Hi, Cameron. We're listening and you have 3 minutes. Cameron, go ahead. Oh, Cameron, I think you just muted yourself again. Cameron, go ahead. Cameron?
Hi, am I here?
Yes, perfect. We can hear you. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, technical difficulties. Okay, so I think it's a bit of a foregone conclusion that we're not going to get our children back to school immediately, though I am one of the parents that would prefer that my child go back tomorrow if it was possible. I just want to be a parent, be a voice to advocate for the return to in-person learning. I've spoken to many other parents throughout this, and we all agree on one thing, that distance learning is not working for our children. My child, who has always done well academically despite her learning challenges, spends many afternoons in tears because she feels overwhelmed, is lonely, and has lost the self-confidence to attempt hard academic tasks. I have a friend with a son with ADHD. He's always done well academically, but now his grades have dropped dramatically and he is struggling to keep up. He is lonely without his friends, and his behavior problems have increased as his grades have dropped. Another friend's child spent every afternoon crying in her bed after school for the first 6 weeks because she was overwhelmed and felt unsupported. Neurotypical children may be able to keep up academically, but their mental and emotional health is suffering. Neurodivergent children, or children with even the slightest of special needs, are not getting what they need academically or emotionally, despite efforts of teachers, and the gap between these children is growing. The gap between children whose families have the time and money to put into their children's education and those who do not is growing. Somebody already mentioned that the private schools have been doing in-person learning successfully, so I'm not going to go into that, as well as we now have activity pods that are deemed to be safe. I reviewed the proposed plan, and again, I'm disappointed that we're not getting back to school sooner, but my bigger problem is that the plan proposes that these children go back for a mere 2 mornings per week when they do go back. I don't think this is sufficient. I think it's completely inadequate. I don't know how we can expect children who've been isolated from friends and social interaction for almost a year to be expected to accomplish anything substantive in a few hours, 2 days per week. Anything less than 2 full in-person school days is simply inadequate. I think perhaps it would be a better option if we could do 2 full days, 1 Zoom day, and then a brief check-in on the other days with some independent learning. All right. So I'm just calling to be a voice, a parent's voice, and I appreciate your time. But again, distance learning is not working well for many of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Dory Kramer, followed by Melissa Smilgus and Julie McGovern.
I'm letting in Dory Kramer now. Dory Kramer is now in the meeting and just needs to unmute.
Dory, you're great. Okay, we can hear you, Dory. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm asking Ukiah Unified Administration and Board to open schools after the winter break. In-person return to school should not commence until after the holidays, and this should be clear to us. There are virus spreader events that are about to happen, and 27 new cases today. We're back in the purple as of today. If KN1 return for 2 weeks from December 7th to the 18th, that boils down to only 4 half days for each student. And I'm wondering, is it worth the risk, the stress, the pressuring of teachers to return, the possibility of changing teachers for students when teachers, and some of them will, go on leave, and reorganizing classes, and then facing a possible reclosure? It just seems most logical and most empathetic to wait till after the holidays to phase in the reopening. Teachers are not afraid of germs. Any teacher who is afraid of germs wouldn't last a week in public education, but this is a different thing. This is an unprecedented situation of risk. The board wanted to open back in September, and thank goodness we didn't. We've had numerous COVID cases among our Ukiah Unified families, and what would have happened? So it seems obvious, prudent, and wise, and respectful to all employees to wait till after the holidays to reopen. Any time I have left, I yield to UTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Dory.
Okay,
Next,
thank you.
Melissa Smilgis, followed by Julie McGovern and Lindsay Kelly.
Okay, I'm letting in Melissa Smilgis now. 1 second. She is in and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Great, Melissa, you have 3 minutes. We're listening.
Hi, everyone. I would like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak this evening. I would also like to thank the Ukiah Teachers Association for all of their hard work and determination to keep students at the center of all that we as teachers do on a daily basis. My name is Melissa Smilgis. I am a certified moderate to severe special education teacher at Ukiah High School. I have 14 years of teaching experience in the moderate to severe field. This is my 3rd year at UHS, and it is, above all, the best school I have had the privilege to teach at. In addition to being a teacher, I am also the president of Nokomis Elementary PTO and an active member of Nokomis SSC. Above all of this, I am a parent of a kindergartner and a 4th grader. Both of my daughters are currently actively participating in remote instruction and doing quite well. Although I take great pride in my teaching position in UUSD, I am speaking to you today as a parent first and a teacher second. I am incredibly concerned by the choice to move to our students to a hybrid model at this time. When I first received the survey regarding moving my daughters to a hybrid model, I was honestly quite excited. The idea that my kindergartner can finally see, play, and learn alongside her classmates filled my heart with joy. Moreover, my daughter in 4th grade was so happy that she might be able to see her friends again. This feeling of excitement changed when I started to learn about the logistics of the hybrid model. First, I discovered that my daughters would not be sharing toys, playing games, or even working directly with their classmates. They will need to remain 6 feet apart, work independently, and may not even be able to play together at recess if there was a real recess at all. Second, students would be attending 4 hours a day at school and return home at noon. And third, they will need to work independently on Wednesdays and continue remote instruction the remaining days of the week. Many questions started running through my head. How are they going to get my girls if I was teaching at UHS? If they can stay at Nokomis, will there be childcare provided? If so, will that childcare be the same cohort of students that my daughters had before? And what if my daughter's teachers work remotely? Will my daughters be sitting on a computer with an aide watching their teacher on the screen? If there was a yes answer to any of these questions, then my answer as a parent is a no to the hybrid model. As a moderate to severe SDC teacher, I want to say first and foremost, I absolutely love my teaching position. I adore my students. I have a great rapport with the parents of my students, and our SDC Bridge program has an amazing group of teachers and paraprofessionals that support our students and teachers. I want to point out this number of people in our program at UHS. The total number of individuals in our program is 13. of teaching and staff, 3 teachers and 10 paraprofessionals, all of which share one classroom in the H building and all of the classrooms, offices in the L building on the UHS campus. This number does not include the number of county service providers, psychologists, and other district personnel that frequently travel in and out of our buildings to assess our students and staff. In addition to this large number of adults, the number of students in the SDC Bridge program is quite large. We have over 20 plus students in our program. This brings me to my next point, and the most important one, our students. As you may know, the students in the moderate to severe program have significant disabilities and needs, but more importantly, many have weakened immune systems that could be greatly impacted by the cold flu season or worse, COVID-19. When I learned that our program would be one of the first, and this is what everyone keeps forgetting, along with TK-1 to return to campus on December 7th, more questions arose in my head. What if one of our staff members or worse, our students show signs of COVID-19? Where will they go? What will happen to our classrooms? Will we be safe? Will a substitute even want to return to my classroom if I was sick? Some of my parents don't drive. How will we get these students home? Will there be a bus service? In the past, we have been asked to drive our students home. I cannot ask a staff member to do that, nor should I be expected to do so. Finally, it's important to note how well distance learning is going as a teacher, my children and my students. As a parent, I see my daughters learning to read, write, and become well-informed citizens. And I'd like to note that my 4th grader is in the 91st percentile for reading. Nokomis continues to provide an excellent education day after day. They hold virtual assemblies where students receive awards and accolades for their hard work. We even had our Harlem Globetrotters speak to us. Shout out to Nokomis PTO. Mr. Rawls, Mrs. Armstrong, and Ms. Walker are amazing people, and we are proud to work with them every day. On my end, in my classes, I have excellent attendance. My students arrive ready to work and participate. Many of my students have a solid routine, and if this is changed too soon, my students might lose. We make the best of the situation, and we even have spirit days. Tomorrow is pajama day. In the end, while remote learning is not ideal, it is working. My students are learning, my daughters are learning, and I feel that we, as a community, are safe. Coronavirus is not over. It will not be over soon. This is the reality. We need to stop denying that it's going away, or worse, that it doesn't exist. It's here, and we need to be willing to wait until cold and flu season, or better, until a vaccine is available, until we can go back to any form of in-person instruction. Thank you again for the time. Please be well.
Thank you. Okay, Julie McGovern, followed by Lindsay Kelly, and then Angela Nuria Kite.
Okay. Letting in Julie McGovern now. She is now in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute herself.
Okay. Julie, you need to unmute. Julie, you need to unmute, please. *6. Okay, Julie, we're waiting on you to speak. You need to unmute. Okay, maybe we should move on, and Julie can figure that out in the
Okay. Moving Julie back into the waiting room, and we'll circle back around to her.
Thank you.
Letting in Lindsay Kelly now.
Lindsay Kelly, then Angela Nuria Kite, then Laura Rowland.
Lindsay Kelly is now in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Lindsay. Lindsay, you're in the meeting. You need to *6 to unmute. All right, Lindsay, you're in the meeting. We're waiting for you. *6. Okay, let's put Lindsay back in the waiting room and move on to Angela Nuria Kite.
All right, give me 1 second. 80. I'm admitting Angela Nuria Kite now. She just needs to hit star 6 to unmute.
Great. And then after Angela, we'll have Laura Rowland and Stacy. Hi, Angela.
Hello.
You're in the board
Hi.
meeting. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. I am phoning in to express my thoughts about the upcoming changes to distance learning and the hybrid program. We are at the beginning of cold and flu season and the school holidays. This is usually a time when many families host gatherings and travel, which could potentially maximize exposure to COVID. Could all of the hybrid programs start January 19th, which is the start of the spring semester? This would allow for about 2 weeks from the end of the school holidays. Starting mid-January would also ensure that teachers, many of whom did trainings and planning during the summer vacation, get a holiday break. They have been working extra hours and are reaching the point of burnt out. With the new hybrid program, I am concerned about my children. It seems disruptive to their routine and the quality of instruction they are currently getting 5 days a week. My kids have formed bonds with their teachers and classmates. I do not feel it is in anyone's best interest to shuffle them all around. Is there a possibility of teachers being able to keep their current classes by teaching in person and remotely at the same time? It is very important to my children to be able to stay with their current teachers 5 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Laura Rowland, followed by Stacy, and then Gretel Pomerine.
Okay, letting in Laura Rowland now. Laura Rowland is in the meeting and just needs to hit star 6 to unmute.
Laura, can you unmute? Laura Rowland, you need to unmute so that we can hear you. Star 6, Laura. Nope. All right, back to waiting room for Laura. Stacy, then Gretel Pomerin, then Jennifer Kelly.
Stacy is not currently in the waiting room. I'm moving on to Gretel Pomerin.
Wonderful.
It'll be just 1 second.
Okay, after Gretel, we'll have Jennifer Kelly, then Mariano Alvarez.
Okay, Gretel Pomerin is now in the meeting and just needs to hit star 6 to unmute.
Okay, great. Gretel? Hi, Gretel, you're in the meeting.
Hello?
3 minutes for your comment, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Okay, so my name is Gretel Palmerin. This is my 3rd year teaching mathematics at Ukiah High School. I'm an alumni of Ukiah High School, and I had Mr. Oslin as my principal the last 2 years. So I have a lot of connection to this town, and I have a lot of connection to the students and the teachers that work here. And I know that they have been working day in, day out since the summer to get these things ready for online learning. And so as much as there is all this talk about trying to open as soon as possible, we need to be able to readapt all of our lessons that we've readapted for online learning. And one thing that I would really ask people to consider is opening after winter break, especially for the younger students. One thing to consider is childcare. How can someone pick up their child in TK if they might be working in the middle of the day and they have some other child at home taking class? So the phasing out can, create some issues with logistics with parents having children in different schools. All of my cousins go to Ukiah Unified, so this is something that I've been hearing from my own cousins and my own family. Another thing is I have a large Algebra 2 class, they are wonderful. I love them all very much, but there's also 34 of them. And so as a math teacher, let's do the math. I am in the R wing at the high school.
Suppose if half of them came twice a week, that's 17 students. There is no way, I need to stress that, there is no way I can get 17 students in my classroom spaced 6 feet apart. Even 34, I need to ask them to tuck in their chairs and walk sideways. And so I am concerned about their safety, and I ask you, and then as well as the collaborative committee on reopening, how will the classroom be an effective learning environment, and how will it be safe inside? I have talked to my students, and some of them asked me to pass along some messages. What would the bathrooms be like? What would happen if I take off my mask? Will I get in trouble because I don't? If I don't get in trouble, does that mean I can just have my mask off whenever I want?
It doesn't.
So that's one question. Another question is, for me, is what is the plan to re-engage students? I have a pretty good rate of attendance, but a very, very low rate of completion. So something that I would like to see is a really solid plan for re-engaging students. And I already have a really great team here at Ukiah High School, family liaisons, counselors, school psychologists. Everyone has been so great here at Ukiah High School. And those are the kids that I'm most worried about. And that's why I really ask that all the schools wait until at least after winter break, because I am Mexican and I know that Ukiah High School is more than 50% Latino. And there are so many students that leave for at least 4 weeks in the wintertime to visit family. So that's a huge reason why I really think that you need to also consider like the cultural aspects of why we should also wait until after winter break, because there's already going to be some possible traveling happening. And as others have been saying, it is flu season and it is the holiday season. So thank you for listening very much and have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. Next, Jennifer Kelly, followed by Mariano Alvarez and Jeff Kelly.
Okay, admitting Jennifer Kelly now. Jennifer Kelly is now in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Hi, Jennifer, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes for your comment, please.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, hold on just one sec. Okay, my name is Jennifer Kelly. I'm a parent of 3 children that are currently in the Ukiah Unified School District. I'm here to tell you distance learning isn't working. We are being told you are doing the best you can, but as parents and struggling students, we feel we are not being heard. Have you experienced virtual learning? Have you witnessed the meltdown and tears? Have you witnessed your children dreading Sunday evening because it means yet another week of sadness, isolation, and screen time? That being up to 9 hours a day. Have you sat in a home with families struggling to make this work? The onset of depression kids are experiencing due to sitting at home all day alone? If you have not witnessed this, then I urge you to stop telling us that you understand. Children belong in school together every day. Stores are open, daycares are open, restaurants are open, preschools are open. The fact that school remains closed is baffling. Regardless of your intentions for virtual learning, it's not working. We are not okay with our children losing their social and emotional health over fear of a virus. Did you know that the American Heart Association's recommendation is no more than 2 hours a day of screen time for children? My high school student is online 7 hours with an additional 2 to 4 hours of homework, as her teachers think she has, in quotations, nothing else to do. Consequences of over 2 hours are cardiovascular disease, obesity, and high cholesterol. Stress from a child feeling alienated from their friends leads to loneliness, frustration, depression, and low self-esteem. At what point does this become a risk versus gain scenario for our children? Now to address the proposed plan, 2 to 3 hours for 2 days a week. I'm sorry, but what's the point of them going to school? And most importantly, why do the teachers need 11 more weeks to transition when this has gone on for almost 9 months? Almost every other school, county, and state are making in-person learning work. There is absolutely no reason Ukiah Unified School District cannot do the same. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, next we'll have Mariano Alvarez, followed by Jeff Kelly and Miles Van Dusen.
Mariana Alvarez is not currently in the waiting room. So we're moving on to Jeff Kelly.
Okay. After Jeff, Miles, and then Joshua Small.
Jeff Kelly is now in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Jeff, we're waiting for you. Can you *6 to unmute? Great. Hi, Jeff. You have 3 minutes for your comment, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
perfectly.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name is Jeff Kelly. I'm a parent of a high schooler and middle schooler. I share the same sentiment with other parents speaking here that our children need to be back in school. Tonight, though, I want to offer a unique perspective on this situation. I'm not an infectious disease doctor or a scientist. I am a current professional firefighter paramedic in a very busy system. So I state this as an opinion based on current experience, 25 years of experience dealing with.
You're not talking. You need to click *6. You're not.
No, honey, we can hear him. Oh, now you just turned yourself off. You were doing fine before.
Okay, I'm sorry. My son came and told me I wasn't talking. Anyways,
we can hear you
can
now.
Still hear me?
Yep, it's perfect.
Okay. So 25 years of experience dealing with infectious diseases, SARS, H1N1, and now COVID-19. I see COVID positive patients, COVID potential patients in the pre-hospital setting. So with that, with proper hygiene, distancing, mask wearing, temperature checks, etc., there's no reason why kids can't go back to school now. I'm not advocating for children or teachers to be put in harm's way, but based on my current experience, everyone can be safe with proper safety protocols in place. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next, we'll hear from Miles Van Dusen, Joshua Small, Rachel Young.
Trying to find Miles Van Dusen now. 1 second. Okay. Miles Van Dusen is now currently in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Great. Miles.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes for your comment, please.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay, well, I want to first off start by thanking everyone, board members and Deb Cuban, just for allowing me on the call here today. I also want to start by echoing the sentiment by that parent, Melissa. I hear it 100%. So for me on a personal level, I've been talking with a lot of parents in my neighborhood who've reached out, and a lot of my church group parents have reached out as well. And they were saying the same thing Melissa was, just about, how excited they were and how stoked they were. And we talked, about, okay, well, what does the actual hybrid look like? And, that's where our conversation kind of led. So, I hear what the parents are saying. I'll teach anywhere. I'll teach on the moon. I'll teach in a volcano. I'll teach wherever it may be. But we as an Oak Manor staff really wanted to come with a centralized, teacher staff message. And this is what we came up with. So to school board members, Deb Cuban, many teachers have valid concerns with reopening school during this time. In theory, it may seem opening school would be an all-around beneficial for our students. However, that isn't the case when you look at the details. The hybrid model is the only solution at this moment because it's the only solution to safely reopen schools. Yet it leaves our students at more of a disadvantage than their current circumstances. In the hybrid model, our students will actually have less live class time with their teachers and peers. They will only have 2 days of in-person class time with many restrictions. The 3 remaining days will consist of independent assigned work because we teachers will be busy working the other half of the class. In contrast, the virtual school model has students interacting with their peers and teachers 5 full days a week. Due to this unfavorable ratio of student-teacher-peer class time that the hybrid model generates, it's highly unlikely that our students will lose precious gains that they've already made this school year. Highly likely, sorry. We know the whole point in opening school is for students to socialize and feel normal. Again, that is not what reality holds when you look closely at the details. In actuality, students may not even recognize their teacher under face masks and shields. This may feel sad because the teachers will have to be very strict with enforcing health safety guidelines to keep everyone safe and distanced from each other. This environment will be more detrimental and traumatizing for our students. Doors and windows open during 30-degree Ukiah mornings. Won't this make it very hard for students and teachers to focus on academics? We all know that young children will have a difficult time with socially distancing themselves throughout the school day because they're not developmentally there yet. There's a high probability that we'll also have a hard time keeping their masks on correctly. Some say they won't even be required to have masks in confined classroom settings, which would inevitably spread COVID-19 through our classes, families, and our entire community. Isn't that why we had to stop going to school in the first place? Please, board members, feel free to visit my class or any classes and see how happy, engaging, robust, and innovative school can be while remaining safe and healthy for all. I encourage board members, come check out a Padlet and come in my class. Come see how I use Flipgrid to help my ELs. Come see how I use Google Slides for presentations. Come see how I use the chat feature for CFUs. Please. We teachers have been hearing comments from students such as, I love coming to Zoom, Google Class. I like seeing my friends and teachers smiling, happy faces. It's fun to see, sing, play games, dance with my Zoom, Google Meet class. In my class, we do extra PE. We do workouts every single day. Teachers have been hearing from student and family members. One comment that a lot of teachers have been hearing is, I look forward to your virtual class every morning because it's so fun and engaging. These comments are a testimony to how we teachers have poured our talents, creativities, and passion into making the very best of our current situation. Why put our students through more disruption, chaos, confusion, and break routines when our COVID-19 cases are predicted to surge and force us back into virtual schooling solution anyway? Is that really in our students' best interests? I'm almost done, I promise. Many teachers are concerned with opening school at this time, just not only in flu season. It's the only time of year where there are going to be many gatherings. Just because our numbers are low right now, it doesn't mean it's a great idea to disrupt, add chaos, and lessen the amount of time students get with their teachers and peers. This is what will happen if we switch to the hybrid model in December 2020. We teachers truly do want to be back in school with our students as soon as it's safely possible to ensure the best and safest learning environment. But please remember that haste makes waste. Opening in the middle of December seems like a timeline for disaster. Please choose the best solution for our students while taking a closer look at how your decision will, in reality, impact them. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Okay. So Dory Kramer's time for UTA just went to Miles Van Dusen. Joshua Small is next, followed by Rachel Young and Ricky Farah.
Okay, Joshua Small. Joshua Small is now currently in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Hi, Joshua.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me a few minutes here. I'm the choir director at both Ukiah High School and at Pomalita. I'm not the most political person, so forgive me if I'm a little bit blunt. While earning my degree in music education and my teaching credential, we were constantly inundated with it's all about the students and student-centered learning. With this in mind, I'm the choir director. I am a super spreader classroom by nature of my subject. And believe me, it is probably the most difficult, if not one of the most difficult subjects to teach remotely. And I want to be back in the classroom. That being said, looking at the fine print of the hybrid program that we have, I realize it's the best that maybe we could think of right now. But currently with online learning, I get to see my high school kids 7 hours per week is what I get to work with them. And we are rehearsing, they are working individually, they are working in groups, we're doing group projects. At Pomalita, I get to see them 4.5 hours each week. With the proposed hybrid schedule, that goes down to 70 minutes for my middle school class that I would see each week, each half 70 minutes, and then that would go to 110 minutes that I would see for my high school class, each half each week. That is a huge difference in time and what we are able to accomplish. Additionally, at the high school, We've already been asked to teach an entire year's curriculum in one semester. So you've taken 180 days of instruction, minimized it to 90 days or less with breaks in between. Now you're wanting it to be condensed into 110 minutes per week. That is absolutely incredible. What's going to happen is the grades might go up, but the academic rigor and the standards will definitely go down. I have nearly 100% attendance in my classroom every single day, yet I have 44% Fs in one of my classes. It's not because of me. It's not because of internet connection. It's because the students choose not to do the work, which I would question, what are the parents doing to help support their students' learning at home? Listening to the board meeting and all the preparation from Deb and the team is the safety concerns. You guys are doing incredible work, and I have no doubt that when we do get to open, it's going to be as safe as possible. But as an educator, I am seriously skeptical of the amount of time of direct instruction that we will be limited to. And my question is it worth it? Is it worth it? If our kids are already struggling, is it worth it to cut that time from 7 hours a week to 110 minutes a week of direct instruction? I understand that there's tutorial time afterwards. These kids don't show up for tutorial time. I've talked with many teachers. They're being paid hours throughout the week to tutor after school, and the kids don't show up. They're burnt out. I mean, I barely show up to Zoom meetings if I can help it because we're burnt out on Zoom. I get it, but I'm scared that we're going to take a huge hit on our educational rigor and academic achievement by moving to the hybrid schedule that is proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then we'll hear from Rachel Young, Ricky Farah, and Liz Johnson.
Admitting Rachel Young now. She is currently in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
Hi. Can you turn down your other sound and then?
Yep. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My name is Rachel Young. I'm a licensed marriage family therapist. I'm also the mother of a kindergartner who is on the autism spectrum disorder at Grace Hudson. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Rachel.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I want to express my concerns about the mental health of students and teachers who are thinking about trying to go back to a hybrid model in December. I've heard a lot of people talking about waiting until January 19th, which certainly seems a better option. I have several students in my caseload right now from UUSD, from grades 2nd grade all the way up to high school students who I'm seeing for therapy, who have all expressed absolute dread and anxiety about the fact that they just now got into a groove with doing the distance learning, and they know what they're expected to do every day. They know what they're supposed to do, and they're able to complete their assignments. And now we're saying, okay, you guys got that down. Now we're going to change everything for you. And I've also spoken to several teachers who have also expressed absolute horror, anxiety, and dread about trying to do a hybrid program, especially with the younger kids. Teachers all the way up to 5th grade that I've talked to have expressed the fact that they are horrified that they're going to be expected to keep students safe and sanitized enough that they don't become COVID super spreaders. And every teacher I've spoken to has either been shaking while they're talking or crying while they're talking. So, and I expressed something on Facebook recently, and I had several people message me privately and say things like, I don't really want to speak out because I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job because they're pushing this through so quickly. But I don't want to do this. This is going to be too hard. It doesn't make any sense. We're worried that the kids are going to get sick. And we're already doing all of we've made these adjustments so that everybody can get the distance learning education that they need to get. And we don't know how we're supposed to suddenly shift gears in the middle of December. I do want to add that my son's teacher at Grace Hudson has been amazing. And my son, even though he has autism, has been completing all of his schoolwork. He is completely engaged with her. She includes exercise during the day. They take a lot of descansos, and it's been amazing. If my son is forced to change teachers, part of the impairment for him with autism is having a regular schedule and, expected rituals every day is part of what helps him be as successful as he's been. If he is forced to change teachers and try to go to school 2 days a week with someone else and then not be in school the other 3 days and us be on our own with packets, I'm worried that it's going to destroy him, frankly, and that he will not be able to navigate through that successfully in any meaningful way.
Thank you.
So, and I understand that you guys are caught between a rock and a hard spot and trying to make decisions that are best for everybody. And there's people expressing that you need to open the school 100% right now. And, but I really am concerned about the mental health of the teachers who many of them feel like they are being forced into doing this way too fast. And also several of the students that I have spoken to who have expressed huge anxiety around trying to now navigate yet another disruptive change in their schedule.
Thank you. All right, so next we'll hear from Ricky Farah, followed by Liz Johnson and Marissa Sizemore.
We are admitting Ricky Farah now.
Okay, and as Ricky's coming on, I know we're not responding to every single person, but I just have to say, nobody has ever been fired from Ukiah Unified for expressing an opinion, like whether or not we should go back, what is the right timing, what are the right health and safety protocols. That's just never going to happen. So I just want to make sure, because there are 175 people watching on YouTube, and I want to make sure that members of the public know that's not how Ukiah Unified works, and that's not how unions work. Neither Ukiah Unified would try it, nor would UTA let it happen. So Ricky Farah is next, followed by Liz Johnson and Marissa.
Ricky Farah is currently in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Okay. Ricky? Ricky, we're waiting on you to unmute. Ricky Farah? *6. We can't hear you, Ricky. You need to unmute.
So the YouTube live stream just hit where they've been informed that they are on. So they should be able to unmute now if they hit *6.
Okay, Ricky, try it again. *6 to unmute.
President Mulgar, while Ricky's working on that, I'm wondering if it would make logistical sense to enter 2 people at a time so they can catch up, or is that too confusing?
I'm not sure. Ian, you can give that a try. Well, let's put Ricky back in the waiting room, and let's go to Liz Johnson, followed by Marissa Sizemore and Erica Francis.
I'll go ahead and put Ricky back into the waiting room, and then starting with Liz Johnson, and then after that, we will attempt to do 2 at once if it's okay with President Mulgard.
Yes. If they start talking over each other, well, then we'll handle that fight.
Okay. So Liz Johnson is now in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Liz? We can't hear you yet, Liz. Please unmute. Did you ever think you'd say the word mute and unmute the hundreds of times?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, now
Can
we
you hear
can,
me?
Liz. Wonderful.
Okay,
Thank
yeah.
you. 3
It's
minutes.
because we're watching. It's because we're watching YouTube, and so it's lagging. Sorry about that.
I
okay.
see. Sure.
Okay. Hi, my name is Liz Johnson, and I'm a social studies teacher at Ukiah High School. I am in agreement that opening of schools before the holidays is a bad idea for our community in terms of the risk of spread of COVID-19. By opening school, you are asking teachers, staff, and students to take a risk for our health and well-being as well as the community. Waiting until after the holidays to see where our numbers lie is common sense and common decency. I am also concerned with the plan for the hybrid model, and I'm disappointed in the lack of transparency that the district implemented when it came to communication with the parents. Last year, the students did mostly asynchronous work. We know that this model did not work and that many students struggled with it, so we made changes. Currently, right now, my students are receiving 5 days of direct instruction from me and my colleagues and have a structured schedule. They know that what is expected of them each day and amaze me with their abilities to be able to meet those expectations and thrive. My students come into my Zoom room early to hang out with me and enjoy my class each day because I have provided a positive learning environment for them. With the hybrid model, you are asking the students for the majority of their work week to do asynchronous work once again on their own for 3 days, just like last year. We know this didn't work, and yet you want to implement it anyway for the sake of them having socialization. You asked earlier tonight why kids are failing. I can only speak about my classes, and the majority of Fs are because students do not complete their work outside of class. And I'm not the only teacher with that problem. This shows that there is an issue at home with them being able to complete work. I worry that we are going to have more students failing with this plan because they will be doing more asynchronous work and that the pressure to cook the books will be put on the teachers. Lastly, I want to comment on the lack of transparency by the school district. You said to survey to the parents to choose hybrid to continue with remote learning. However, you did not tell them what hybrid would look like, that their first grader may lose their teacher this year, that they would have to do packets with their kids for 3 days, and that their high schooler would have to do algebra on their own for 3 days. Once parents found out the truth, some of them were not happy about the proposal and have been changing their plans to continue with remote. So was the plan to do damage control once parents found out? It feels like the plan was to get as many parents on board with hybrid so you could justify the opening of schools. Our main priority should be the education of students. I was the class advisor for the class of 2020 last year, and I was devastated for my kids that they didn't get their prom or their senior trip or a real graduation ceremony. At the same time, I believe that these social activities come second to quality education. Many students are doing social activities anyways. The skate park is full every day. I have kids in my neighborhood who are playing with their scooters and their bikes together every day. The hybrid model is not quality education and is diverting ourselves from what our primary purpose should be. I encourage you to please reconsider how to implement the hybrid model and to reopen after the holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Cuban, I can't let that go. Could you please address the fact that you were just accused of manipulating data in order to get more families to want to open?
Obviously, that is not true. That is definitely not something that we did.
Okay, thank you. Marissa Sizemore, followed by Erica Francis and Janet Morris, please.
Mulgard, we'd have no interest in doing that. All we're simply doing is asking parents what model they would like to select at the time. And certainly, as we stated earlier, if they have more information and they change their minds, they can absolutely contact their school site.
Thank you.
Okay, so Erica Francis and Janet Morris both are not currently in the waiting room, so I'm going to be admitting Marissa Sizemore and Brian Arrington together.
Okay. Marissa? Hi, Marissa. You can unmute.
Marissa is currently unmuted, it looks like.
Okay, Marissa, can you unmute?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go right ahead. We have 3 minutes.
My name is Marissa Sizemore. I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Frank Zeke, as well as the spouse of a new UUSD special education teacher, and as you know, a former employee and a SELPA program specialist. Thank you for taking my comments tonight. At a time when COVID-19 is surging nationwide to previously unseen levels, when even in California our numbers are rising, with a 7-day lag in reporting to the state, which may mask recent upswings in our small rural county with limited healthcare facilities, at a time when epidemiologists are reminding everyone to be as vigilant as ever with polarization and politicization of wearing masks proliferating in our community, leading to people bragging about not wearing masks and hosting gatherings for the holidays. I am deeply concerned for our school community with the plans to reopen. I appreciate that this attempt appears to try to follow the lead of the scientific and health communities by moving slowly. However, the stress that these plans place on staff and students is very real. It's very palpable. Now that we have just gotten into somewhat of a routine with distance learning, now is when we will uproot all those routines and start over. Even though I recognize that some of our most vulnerable students need the structure of school to make educational progress, I wonder about their ability to transition to a brand new schedule. The hybrid model may be more confusing than a solution. My own child will not be attending in-person learning this school year, but the changes being discussed today will greatly affect her nonetheless. I am concerned for her well-being with the possible changes to her own routines. All year, she has begun her day with a cheerful and engaging morning meeting with her wonderful kindergarten teacher, Miss Pummel at Frank Zeke. Now with the plans to reopen, what will happen? Will that teacher be taken away from her? Will she be asked to engage in a meeting after lunch when she is at her most tired and has gotten used to the routine of free time? Why not continue the daily live interaction first thing in the morning and then bring students to campus? How long will it take for her to regain what is lost during this transition? Scheduling services such as speech language therapy is difficult even in normal times. It can take weeks at the beginning of the school year in the best of circumstances. This year it may have taken 3 or even 4 weeks. Now, with the proposed changes, all that work will be thrown out the window, and who knows when the students will receive services again. I am not trying to throw the service providers under the bus, by the way, by any means. This is an extremely difficult task, one that I am very familiar with. But I want to make sure that you are also aware of the challenges ahead. The very students we are trying to reach first, the students with the most significant learning challenges, may be the most impacted in a negative way by this proposed plan. I do think that bringing some special education students to campus can be done safely, even in the purple tier, but rushing to implement this plan before winter break when the virus is surging is not a good idea, especially given that there were an additional 27 cases today. By the way, 26 of them in the Ukiah Valley, moving us into the purple range. Until the community wholeheartedly embraces public health recommendations, this is going to get a whole lot worse. We are not ready for this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marissa. Now we're moving with Brian Arrington, followed by Pam McElroy and Rachel Chavez.
Okay.
Brian?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Hello, everyone and board members. My name is Brian Arrington, and I'm the parent of a 3rd grader and a 6th grader at Ukiah Unified. I know this time has been difficult for everyone, and know everyone is trying to work together to find the elusive perfect answer. I am employed as a public servant and have not missed a day of work since the inception of COVID-19, the lockdown. I have been out in public and have witnessed firsthand the anxiety, depression, confusion, and the fear of not knowing what tomorrow might bring. I understand many, including the school board and administrators, have been working without pause to tackle this unprecedented event with unprecedented solutions. I would first like to express my concern as a parent of my 6th grade son. My son has excelled in this remote environment, looks forward to the day we can all go back in person, learning without restrictions. This is far from reality at this point, and after reading the proposed hybrid model, I'm concerned at the limited amount of face-to-face minutes my son will have with each of his teachers. His time now, albeit remote, is approximately 55 minutes with each teacher, 4 days a week and 35 minutes per day on Wednesdays. This approximately amounts to 255 minutes of instructions for each middle school child with their teacher per week. With the proposed hybrid model, my child will only receive 70 minutes of instruction and remainder of the coursework is to be done via independent study. My son is in advanced math and the reduction of over 3 hours of instruction per class per week is concerning. This is a difficult hindrance to overcome and I fear will amount to declining grades. I believe the only two viable options should be to go back to school full-time or remain on the current remote learning model. The hybrid model will do more damage than good. I'm also concerned for the recent amount of COVID cases combined with students traveling, some out of the country over winter break. Any in-person instruction should not be done until students and teachers are allowed to quarantine for 14 days. This allows for the quarantine period to be enforced without the honor system. I want to end by thanking the teachers. They are the ones who have been on the front lines trying to make this work. They have been amazing, and you should be thankful for the caliber of teachers you have. I thank them for all their unwavering dedication to educating our children. Thank you to the board, and I wish you all good health and appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. We wish you good health as well. And we are also grateful for our great teachers. Okay, Pam Muckleroy, followed by Rachel Chavez and Amanda. I like the people with no last name. Like
Pam McElroy, Rachel Chavez, Amanda, and Mary Van Clintock are not currently in the waiting room as far as I can see. I figure we'll circle back around just in case. And we have Carrie and Donald McMullen and Martin McClure being admitted now. So this is Carrie and Donald McMullen.
Okay. Ooh, we got two people. Carrie and Donald.
And they just need to hit *6 to unmute.
Carrie and Donald. Unmute *6. Come on. Oh, there we go.
Hi there.
Hi.
There
Are
was
you
a lag in my YouTube. Hi, this is Carrie McMullen.
Wonderful.
I'm sorry for the lag. The YouTube was a little bit slow. I'm going to just try and be really quick and a little bit different because I'm going to just shine a little positive light. We've been really, really fortunate. Our girls have been doing fairly well with remote learning because of their teachers and because of the staff. And again, we're so fortunate. I'm hearing some of the stories. It's just, it gives you tears. But I think it's really important that we wanted to share our experience. One of our daughters is at Pomalita and one at Ukiah. We've been in meetings at Pomalita with Brian Barrett and some of the staff and teachers there. And I think the main thing I want to say tonight is that this hybrid model, it's not going to please everybody by any means, and everyone is aware of that. But the biggest information we've received in the last week and a half from the staff there at Pomalita is that it's ever changing. It's going to keep evolving. And I'm highlighting Pomalita because we've had a lot of conversations with them. Because they're so great at communicating, I have faith that they are and the district is going to find a way to make this work and keep this ball rolling forward. We can't sit still anymore. The kids can't be in front of the computer this long anymore. So really, I had a lot more to say, but I think everybody kind of touched on different pieces. But we are so thankful for everybody's work on this, and it takes everybody's positive attitude and that can-do attitude to get our kids back in school is, I think, everybody's goal. So anyway, thanks for letting me talk. And again, we appreciate you all very much.
Thank you.
That just leaves Martin McClure, who just needs to unmute himself using *6. He's currently in the meeting.
Okay, and after that, we'll have Alicia and Kathy James.
Hello.
Martin? Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Martin.
Hi, I'm a teacher at Nokomis Elementary. I will be returning to the classroom when asked to do so. I want to acknowledge that while the board is trying to return the children to school in a safe manner, you will not be implementing one of the most important safeguards available to us, testing of students before they show symptoms. I know this is not really an option at this time, but it is considered one of the most important parts of beating the virus. And I wish that we could do that. I will be getting tested regularly. I also want to remind or inform everyone that teachers are not allowed to participate in Social Security, and therefore we are locked out of disability and SSI. There are people known as long haulers who have had symptoms many months after negative tests. No one knows how long their symptoms will continue. If we are permanently disabled by this disease, we will be left without any resources. Some teachers have purchased disability insurance on their own, but this runs out after a few years. Last thing I'd like to say is the delegation does not absolve you of responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Admitting Alicia, now, and also Kathy James.
Wonderful. Alicia, are you with us? If so, please unmute.
Press *6 to unmute, please.
I'm here.
Okay, and tell us how to say your name.
It's Alicia.
Alicia. Okay, great. Thank you. Go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. As a parent of Ukiah Unified School District student, I first want to start off by saying how much my family and I appreciate how hard everyone is working to provide the best education they can to the students in this community during this unprecedented time. To the teachers, school district staff, administration, and the school board, thank you. I can only imagine how difficult this has been. I know it's not easy making these decisions and administering the best methods of education in this ever-changing climate. I know that people have been working very hard to figure out how we can move forward to that ultimate goal, which is having kids and students back on school campuses, full-time, full capacity, in classrooms with their teachers, learning amongst their peers. We may not know when we will be able to attain that ultimate goal, but what we do know is that we can try to move forward, take steps in the direction of allowing students to go back to school on campus in person in some form. By giving an option, such as the hybrid model for in-person learning, though not perfect, it's not permanent either, with possibilities for improvement. That at least moves us in the direction of bringing students back to school for some in-person instruction and gives us a way to move forward to that ultimate goal of full-time schooling. I believe bringing students back on school campuses can be done safely as we see more and more schools open in various other counties all across the state. When schools such as the private schools here in Ukiah open, with students on campus, in classrooms since September, we've seen through the various sports, youth, recreation activities that have been going on since the beginning of summer, basketball, swim lessons, volleyball, summer camp, dance classes, and right now we have groups of kids coming onto campuses all over the district for after-school programs. We know that we can bring kids together to be taught, coached, and instructed safely. We also need to acknowledge that the hybrid model gives people in this community another option when it comes to education for their students. If anything, we have learned there's not a one-size-fits-all when it comes to academics and education. What may work for one student and child may not work for another. Same goes for families and their situations, and teachers as well. Allowing options for education, when permitted, gives parents, grandparents, guardians, and a voice and a say in their child's education. Whether it's a couple days a week of in-person learning in a hybrid model, or continuing remote learning, or choosing independent study, at the very least, it allows people to have a choice, and parents and even students to have a say in how they want to learn. As parents, we want to make sure we make the best decisions for our kids, and having that opportunity is vital and important. Through the various surveys that have been sent out and the phone calls and the messages to the district office, emails to the administration boards, and the conversations that have been taking place, there's an overwhelming number of people in this community that would like to see students and children back in school for in-person learning. And I feel as a community, we can rise up to achieve that. The year of 2020 has been frustrating, I'm sure, for many people in many different ways. And I strongly feel that as we look forward to a new beginning and to a new year, it's important to stay hopeful and positive and to spread that message. As parents, as educators, as students, as a school district, and as a community, we want to continue to move forward with that message of hope and come together, continue to work hard for the benefit of everyone, especially the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now we have Kathy James.
Yes, Kathy James just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Wonderful. Hi, Kathy.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear
Hello?
you. Yes, we can hear you.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, first of all, I just wanted to begin, like mostly everybody else, thanking and thanking Superintendent Kubin, the board, all the administrators and teachers and the classified staff and all of the community, parents and the like, who have been spending their time and energy to keep education alive in our community. So thank you, and I appreciate you very much. Tonight I'm speaking to you as a mental health clinician, and I've been counseling middle school and high school age students for the past 16 years. During those 16 years, I have never seen such a mental crisis to the degree I'm witnessing today. What is ever so obvious and present are the signs of depression, malaise, lethargy, sadness, hopelessness, helplessness. There are physical illnesses associated with stress, depression. Students are overwhelmed and they complain about their inability to focus and concentrate. There's eating disorders, lack of sensible and good nutrition, child abuse, drug abuse, cutting, sleep deprivation. We hear experts' testimony of the harm students are subjected to because of schools closing down. Let there be no mistake, I am witness to that very truth. I oftentimes ask my students how they're feeling, and as we all do, we say fine and good. And so I've mixed it up, and I've asked them to give me their feelings in the form of a weather report. It's quite visual. I get cloudy, foggy, extreme winds, showers all day and night, cold, dark, black clouds. It tears my heart up to listen and then to explain that the sadness and the showers are just what they feel all the time. There's anger, there's tears throughout sessions, despair that comes in the form of silence. For many, all hope is lost. Now, I grant you for some, we all know crisis is often a part of their normal lives, but since March, many see no future. Before the shutdown, their lives weren't necessarily great, nor were their grades, but they were normal developing adolescents, going through the process of growing up. They had a social life, ability to hang with their peers, go to school, play sports, had jobs, went to dances. They partied too, all a part of the cycle of a teenager. They could contemplate their future, or at least dream. Home was their safe place where they found warmth and comfort, nourishment, privacy, a place where their basic survival needs were being met. Now many of them explain it as a cell. It's no longer the safe spot, and they have no personal space. I share not because I'm an expert or this is not meant to be a testimonial. It's just the experiences I've had since March. And I have no solutions to offer other than to say to all of you that I wholeheartedly support your decisions that will put our students back on track developmentally and educationally. Maybe with that, their hope for the future will return. They have suffered, but it's no one's fault. It's not yours and it's not theirs. I wish you well, and anything I can do to help, I'm here for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. We'll quickly go back now to the people who we weren't able to hear from to see if any of them are back in the waiting room.
We do have McAdam Lajowski and Chesney Kelly, who I'm admitting now with your approval.
Great, the first two, perfect. McAdam, are you there?
She's been admitted to they have been admitted to the waiting room and just need to unmute themselves using *6.
Yeah.
Okay, McAdam, wonderful. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Great, thank you. And thank all you for your tenacity in tonight's meeting. I understand it's been a long one. Anyhow, my name is Mac Lajowski. I'm the parent of two Ukiah Unified kindergartner and a third grader. And this is That's what I wanted to say. What we as a nation knew in March of 2020 about COVID-19 was mostly guided by what we didn't know, mixed with a big dose of deep fear. But what we know today, and have known since at least early summer, is that our schools can safely reopen for in-person instruction. With updated guidance from the Center for Disease Control, the World Health Organization, the blessing of our local Mendocino County health officer, and the hard work of the Ukiah Unified School District staff to implement these measures, we know that we can safely reopen our schools. We have facts and science that prove that schools can safely open. Mendocino College, the Waldorf School of Mendocino County, countless local child care centers, schools in Lake, Sonoma, and Marin counties have all been safely open in some form of in-person instruction for months. The Ukiah Rec Department has been safely holding sports clinics, day camps, and other in-person activities since June. Hello?
Hi. No, go ahead. You're the next speaker, ma'am. Please wait.
Sorry. I'm about halfway done. I'm going to keep it under 3 minutes. So why is in-person instruction so critical? Because we know that distance learning is a social justice failure. It's harming our students, and our most vulnerable students are being harmed the most. In August of this year, the American Academy of Pediatrics issued a finding clearly articulating the need for in-person instruction. The paper states, quote, schools and school-supported programs are fundamental to child and adolescent development and well-being and provide our children and adolescents with academic instruction, social and emotional skills, safety, reliable nutrition, physical speech therapy and mental health services, and opportunities for physical activities, among other benefits, as well as ensuring safe places for children and adolescents to be while parents or guardians are working, which in turn supports the local economy. Beyond supporting the educational development of children and adolescents, schools play a critical role in addressing racial and social inequality, end quote. So in closing, I urge anyone who stands for science, facts, social and racial justice to support the return of our students and teachers to the classrooms. I urge anyone who stands for solidarity to stand with the essential workers on the front lines of our hospitals, the fire, the police, the bus drivers, the carpenters, the cooks, and the custodians. We are all in this together. We are all workers. We all have a part to play. We can do this safely, and we must do this for our children and our families. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mac. Next, we have Chesney Kelly, and then if Rachel Mackey or Laura Ware, Jennifer Grossi, or Toby Hargens are back in the room, we'll hear from them. Chesney Kelly?
She needs to unmute herself again because I muted her to keep from the sound from bleeding over.
Thank you. Chesney?
Hello?
Hi, great to hear you. Yes,
Hi.
thank you.
Cool. I'm a 10th grade student at Ukiah High School, and this is my personal opinion on online schooling.
Okay.
To give my honest opinion on distance learning, I will say that I hate it. I unbearably hate it. This is how it went for me. When we first got let out into distance learning, I was excited, happy that I was free and could do what I wanted to be outside and not have to worry about school or other than the homework that was given. However, that excitement lasted barely a week and my mental health plummeted. I have never been in such a bad mental state in my life. I have struggled with anxiety throughout my life, but nothing like this. I had nothing to put my mind on. I was in tears almost every day and I felt numb. With lots of therapy and just forcing myself to get up and do things I knew made me happy, I started to feel better and more normal, and that was during the summer. Summer was good for me because I could get out and do things. We went camping and we had a good time doing the things that we loved to do as a family. However, now we are right back where we started, except now it's worse. Now we are on the computer from 8 a.m. to almost 4 p.m. every day. I have no motivation to get out of bed. I rather just sit there and stare at the wall because what else is there to do? It is not fair for the students to sit on the computer all day. Yes, there is breaks, but what can we do during that time? Get out for 10 minutes and walk around? Personally, it was the mental health that was bad before, but now for me it's more physical. I'm tired all the time. I have
been having nonstop headaches for about a week now, which is from staring at a screen. I have no social interaction. I'm not being dramatic. This has been our lives since March. I have two other siblings in the house with me, and at least one of us is in tears each night. Weekends are better because I can get out and do things, but once the week starts, do I get to go to school and see my friends? No, I have to sit in front of a screen and try and pass my classes. My entire life, I have been a great student, always gotten good grades, and done good in school. Now I have no motivation to do any of the work. It's depressing when I see all of the assignments assigned to me. I feel my grades are not doing the best because it is really hard for me to keep up with this. I dread every Sunday night because I know that when I wake up, I have to sit on my bed all day until 3:30 p.m. Overall, I personally believe that this needs to stop. We need to go back to school, and that's final. We need our friends. We need to be outside and walking around, even if it's just from class to class. We need to go back to school because we're all just sitting here suffering. My friends complained of the same things. It's not just me. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Chesney. We really appreciate it, especially when students call in. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is Rachel Mackey or Laura Ware there?
Rachel Mackey, Laura Ware, Jennifer Grossi, and Toby Harkins are all not currently in the waiting room. I do have Julie McGovern and Lindsay Kelly on deck if you want me to let them both in.
Let's go with them. Yeah, that's great.
I've admitted Julie McGovern now. She just needs to hit *6 to unmute herself, and I'll be admitting Lindsay Kelly in just 1 second.
Great. Julie, go ahead and unmute. Julie McGovern? Julie McGovern, *6 to unmute. Julie, come on, you've waited so long. Julie McGovern? Okay, let's try Lindsay Kelly. Lindsay Kelly, could you unmute? Lindsay? Lindsay? Julie?
Lindsay is unmuted at this point in time. I don't know if
Lindsay, we can't hear you yet.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Now we hear you perfectly. Go right ahead.
Wonderful. First, I know this is a hard decision, and there's not a choice that fits for every child, parent, teacher, or school for that matter. I have a 5th grader at Grace Hudson, and I initially filled out the form for my daughter to return to school in the hybrid option. She loves her teachers this year, and she is excelling and is finally in the groove of distance learning. I chose to send her back mainly to get to see her teachers for her last year at Grace Hudson and for some socialization. I then started hearing what the hybrid schedule would entail after turning in my survey, and I have definite concerns. The teachers and staff at Grace Hudson have done an amazing job of making distance learning a success. They spent the first month at least teaching all the kids how to learn multiple online programs, work their computers, how to leave their cameras on and microphones off, attending online class meetings and building a relationship with their students. Now, with the hybrid option, our students who have formed relationships with their current teachers are unsure of who will be teaching them. This has my daughter stressed out as she loves her teachers and wants to keep them. The hybrid option is going to make some kids have to rebuild their relationships with a new teacher and vice versa. The teachers by now know their kids and know how to teach them in their own each unique way. Now onto the hybrid schedule. As much as I want my daughter back at school and she would love to see her teachers and friends, we were disappointed to hear that they will only be getting 8 hours a week of teaching instruction. The other 3 days will be independent study. Currently, all students are getting 5 days a week of classroom instruction, guidance, help, interaction, and they get to see their teacher's face. I understand parents want their children back at school, but I don't think they are realizing it will be less interaction with their actual teacher, that it will require more responsibility of the children and the parents on the 3 days of independent study to teach themselves. Kids are now once again having to relearn how to learn, with the possibility of changing back and readjusting. If we do go back to the hybrid option in January after the holidays, I would like to have streaming of classroom instruction as an option. That way, when Group A is in the class, Group B can be watching and vice versa. I know this makes for a situation of needing someone to guide that group that is online for questions and participation, but I think it is a great option to keep those at home involved and showing up and to keep everyone on the same track and to keep them safe. And thanks again for everybody's consideration and their hard work and dedication towards this, and to all the teachers too. I know it's not an easy decision.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Okay. So Julie McGovern hung up or was disconnected, and I have not seen her come back. Stacy and Mariano Alvarez are both not currently in the waiting room, but I do have Laura Rowland and Ricky Farah.
Fabulous. All right, we're getting through. Laura?
Laura is in the meeting and unmuted.
Laura? Laura Rowland?
Come back. Stacy and Mariano Alvarez are both not currently in the
Okay,
waiting room.
Laura, you need to turn off your computer volume or your speaker.
What do you want me to do?
We're hearing the feedback from the meeting.
Oh, okay, I'll turn it off. Sorry.
That's all right.
Oh, at least I got through this time.
Oh, perfect. Now we can hear you perfectly. So go ahead.
Oh, great. Hi, everybody. Thank you for giving us this forum to share. I really appreciate everything that everybody said, and I share many of their concerns. I want nothing more than to go back to school too. I'm a teacher at Ukiah High School. I'm a special education teacher. I love my job. I love my students. And we've established a good routine so far with distance learning. Today I gave my students an online poll, and 2/3 would like to stay in online learning and 1/3 wants to return. So that's just a little student feedback. And they all want to return for social reasons, to see their friends, and it's been extremely hard. And the mental health, as so many people pointed out, has definitely suffered all around. But I appreciate the time and energy that's gone into creating this plan, but I just feel that we should wait until January 19th to bring back the special day classes. Just to share our perspective at the high school, if we return as scheduled on December 7th, we will be the only small group on the high school. So to me, that's further isolating my students. And then instead of being in our online instruction 5 days a week, my groups will be broken into these A and B groups. And another problem is transportation. Not everybody has special ed transportation. And if we return early on December 7th, I don't believe that there's transportation. How will the students without sped transportation get to school? So that's an inequity problem or an equity issue to me. High schools in Marin County, the front page of the San Francisco Chronicle today said that 2 high schools in Marin that opened are now closing because what happens is students come back and being teenagers, they want to gather and congregate, and they get this impression that everything's cool again. And they had super spreader events, parties, and they decided to close down for safety. So that's current news. And then also we're back in the purple, and both on our state dashboard and now on our county dashboard today. So I understand, and I really appreciate Superintendent Kubin saying that this plan is based on county health recommendations and where our county is at the time. So I believe that, and I believe that thought will be put into this, and there will be, you guys will be prudent in your decisions. But I just wanted to share some of my perspectives with you from my little corner. Special ed is sometimes an outlier, and it's hard to consider those small group needs in a big picture plan such as this. So I really appreciate your time. I fully support returning. I think the best time to do that would be
after when the new semester starts on January 19th or whenever is safe, but it's not now. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Ricky?
Ricky just needs to unmute herself using *6.
Ricky, can you unmute? Okay, Ricky, you're up if you want to unmute so we can hear you. Oh dear, this person's waited this long. I don't want them to lose the opportunity. Unmute *6, Ricky Farah. Ricky Farah, please unmute *6. Oh my goodness. Is there anybody else in the waiting room?
There is one other person in the waiting room, but it doesn't match up quite with one of the. It almost matches one of the numbers we have who hasn't spoken yet, but the number's different, so it might have been a typo. But I would only admit them on your approval, Madam President.
The pressure is on. So this is somebody who's already spoken, though?
No, this is not someone who's spoken, but the number doesn't quite match up with the number that was listed on the public comment form. So I would only admit them with your approval.
Should we be risky here?
Take the risk.
All right, we're going to take the risk.
All right. I believe this is Mary.
If they're a Zoom bomber and they start profanity,
I will mute them and kick them out.
All right.
This should be Mary McClintock, and they just need to hit *6 to unmute.
Okay, we'll see. Mary, is this you? Mary McClintock. Hi, is this Mary?
No, actually, it's not.
Are you a Zoom bomber?
No. My name is actually Lamanda Walker, and I am a parent.
Okay, well, then go ahead with your 3 minutes. We can hear you.
So I currently have a student in Ukiah Unified and a student in Fort Bragg Unified. Because we just relocated to Ukiah, and my daughter goes to Ukiah High. And my concern is her mental health. She had a D in her class this semester at Ukiah High, and she's never been a D student, but we've worked with her counselor who has been awesome. She is also a sport athlete, so she struggled not being able to do sports or school. And we've had 2 family members since the coronavirus started who have committed suicide. And so my worry is mental health of students. My son is a special needs student. I have not switched him over to Ukiah Unified, although we did do an intra-district transfer because he is struggling already during distant learning, and I worry about switching him to a new teacher at Ukiah Unified. And so I believe that going back in person, he goes 1 day a week for an hour in his special day class here in Fort Bragg. And we drive him over to Fort Bragg for that 1 hour. And I can tell you that my kid's mental health just in that 1 hour really makes a difference. And so I honestly think by bringing the kids back that would make a huge difference. But I know that you guys as the school board will make the right choice for the kids, whether it be they go back or remain on distant learning. I have faith in you guys, and I really appreciate the job that you guys do every day. And I know that regardless of how it's going to go, you're going to have people on both sides some people that'll be upset and some people that'll be happy with your decision. So I know it's a really hard decision that you guys have to make, and I really appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you. Thank you for your call, and we're very sorry for your losses and your family.
Thank you.
Ian, is there anyone else who can speak with us?
I am checking now. I have one last number in here, but I'm not seeing it in the public comment request forms at all. Not even close to it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, board members, do you need a 5-minute break?
Oh, I apologize, Board President. The Ricky Farah has reconnected. Would you like me to let her in one last time to try?
Let's try. Ricky's persistent, so we'll be persistent.
Ricky is currently in the meeting and just needs to hit *6 to unmute.
Okay, one more time. Let's try it. Ricky, *6. I wonder if there's something that's going wrong.
Hello?
Wonderful.
Hello?
Ricky.
Would you like me to let her in?
Mom, yeah, hello?
Yes, we can hear you. If you could turn your radio
Can you
down.
hear me? Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, the lag. Okay. Hello.
Hi, we can hear
Glad
you.
I
Go
finally-
right ahead.
Yes, I was finally able to get a hold of you. Wonderful.
Thank you for.
So hello. Yes. Hello. My name is Ricky Farah. Both my mother and aunt are elementary school teachers for the Ukiah Unified School District. And first of all, I want to give a huge shout out to the teachers who have gone above and beyond in transitioning to an online format. So much extra time and hard work teachers have been putting in has not been recognized enough. And as we speak, my mother is sitting next to me planning out her lessons and editing schoolwork for her students at whatever time it is right now, 10:44 p.m. I'm calling today because I oppose switching to the hybrid model. We are not ready to go back. This virus has not subsided. The cases are rising every day. There have been 27 cases in Mendocino County today, putting us back in the purple tier. Not to mention, we are right around the corner of the holidays in which we know there will be gatherings and lots of potential for spreading of the virus. Returning to school through the hybrid model means that kids will only be there 2 days a week, and the remaining 3 days, the children and parents will have to work independently. For the parents who think this will be better for them and their children, ironically, it will be adding more stress and work to their load. Switching to the hybrid model will be disruptive to the routine teachers and students have already developed. Earlier in the meeting, it was mentioned that there are some teachers who are in favor of the hybrid model and others who are against it. Those who don't wish to return are practically being forced into returning to a working environment in which they don't feel safe in if we do go back to the hybrid model. I have questions. Is there, and I know you can't answer them because it's public comment and all that, but is there a plan if one student or a teacher gets sick? And what does it mean for everyone in that classroom? What does it mean for everyone in that school who may have been exposed to this student or teacher who could have had the virus? And is it really worth opening schools again? What if, so again, if somebody gets the virus, we all have to switch back to the online format. And is it really worth putting in all the extra effort, all the extra work, going back to school for a week, for the holidays to happen, and then somebody to catch the virus, for all of us to have to go back to being online, instead of just continuing the routine that has been working and that is beneficial at this moment in time? We are not in a normal situation. It is not normal time. Young children especially won't benefit from this. Can you really imagine a 6-year-old trying to stay still, not wanting to hug their friends with masks on all day? They are used to a routine right now, and to see their teacher every day online. So I think we should wait a little longer until it is safe for everyone to return. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ian, is there anyone else?
There's not anyone else in for public comment in the waiting room.
Okay, thank you. So our public comment is finished. Do board members have any questions right now, or should we take a 5-minute break? Because I see that we have a number of other items to go back to. We have the budgets and then some other presentations. So it's not like we're just going to finish in the next 5 minutes. Superintendent Cuban?
Before we break, if we are going to break, I just want to know if the trustees want the principals to still stay on. So maybe before we break, the board can make a determination on that.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for principals? No, the principals can go home and go to sleep because they're going to be up in just a few hours.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Brian, Gordon, Tina. Thank you. Okay, we'll be back at 5 minutes of 11, 7-minute break. Thank you.
We are now taking a 5-minute break.
Okay, are you out there, Ian? You know what?
I am.
Okay. All right, we're not using the chat function here. No chatting. Too much. All right, we've got 1 trustee, 2 trustee, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm 7. We're here. We're starting. Well, we've now gone down to just 63 people watching us on YouTube. I know how disappointed you all are. All righty. So is there, Ian, tell us when we're back on. We're back on because I can see it.
We're back on now. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, so is there anything we need to do in response or follow up for the very thoughtful comments that we had this evening? Trustee Van Sant?
Because it's been a long night, I think it might be helpful, President Mulgard, if maybe we repeat for the benefit of the public that the board is not voting on this tonight and why that is, briefly. I mean, and since you're talking, maybe Superintendent Cuban could do it, or eating, or I could do it, but I think Superintendent Cuban should go.
Yes, at the July board meeting, the board took action to authorize the superintendent to move in and out of different instructional models. So the board, in essence, has already taken the action. The purpose of tonight is just to share our reopening plans with you and all of the steps we've taken in between then and now to update our materials.
And then I did want to note that Superintendent Cuban stated earlier that if we are in the purple tier according to the state criteria on December 7th or whatever the Tuesday before that is, we would not start the TK1 at that time. That's correct?
That is correct. And I did want to clarify because a few speakers said that we are in the purple tier. And I just want to clarify that we are not, what we go by is the state documents, and we are currently in the red tier. Now that may change because our numbers look not great, but I will again send out to families and staff a link to that state data so that everyone can follow it themselves as well. But we do use the state spreadsheet that is put out every Tuesday by noon.
And this day is balancing over a week. And so the fact that we had one high day when there were no reports for the last 2 days, that's what they balance at the state. So that's why it's different.
That is correct.
And then I just have a brief comment. I know it's really late and we still have some major items ahead of us, but I did just want to say that I wanted to thank all the speakers. This was a really interesting group of public comment this time, and I felt like it accurately reflected the extremely wide range of input that I have been receiving as well. So I appreciated that the public comment we had was reflective of this very, very wide range of opinions about this issue and kind of highlights the challenge that I think the board has when you're faced with such a diversity of opinions about what we should be doing. And I just wanted to also, I wanted to thank the parents who shared some really personal information and personal stories about their kids and what their kids are going through, both positive and negative. And I just really want to thank them for that. That's a hard thing to do. And I want to recognize that they felt so strongly that they came to a public meeting to share some really difficult information about their own children. And I just really appreciate that. I want to thank them for that. And then my very last piece is that I'm so recognizing that this environment is requiring our teachers and our parents and our school staff to be extremely flexible. And it's just this time of requiring all of us to be very, very flexible, and that we're still swimming in a sea of uncertainty even this far into the pandemic. There's just so many things that can change at any moment, and it's really demanding enormous amount of flexibility for everybody. So I just want to acknowledge how hard that is.
Indeed, not just for teachers and our staff, but also for the parents who are having to respond to all this, especially when they're employed outside the home. All righty. Anything else? Any other comments or observations or feedback you'd like to give on the updated reopening instruction plan?
It seemed as if
Nelson and then Barrett.
it seemed as if there was some confusion from one of our speakers. Children will be required to wear masks inside the classroom. There's no there's no room for error on that. Masks are what save people's lives. They will be required to wear masks inside the classrooms and anytime they're on campus. So then the other thing that I wanted to comment on is I have never worked with a group that is so transparent, that are such excellent communicators. And I think that any claims that are made otherwise are ridiculous, and people that make those claims that the district is trying to pull a fast one on its employees or parents loses all credibility. That's it.
Trustee Barrett. Oh, you're muted, Trustee Barrett.
That's a good thing. I just like to say also that I appreciated a lot of the really thoughtful calls from parents tonight. And I'd like to say thank you so much to Deb, Katie, all the Ed Service people, Nicole, for putting this plan together and for all your hard work, because this is extremely difficult, and trying to facilitate this plan and do all you do with all the comments you're fielding at the same time is just above and beyond. So thank you.
Superintendent Cuban?
Sorry, this will be the last thing. I just wanted to say, you know, as a community, we've been through a lot over the last few years. And I think you can tell a lot about a community by the way that it responds in a crisis. Now, this one has been extremely long, way too long, and I'm hoping that it ends soon. But I think what's most important to me when we come out of this is that we come out of it together and healthy and good. And so I think that's really important for us as a community, is to just make sure we're, you know, being kind and staying together. And that's incredibly important. And we will get through this as a community like we get through everything else. And I want to thank the board members for your faith in me and the staff to just move things forward for kids. And we will always just do our best. And there are no good or perfect answers in any of this right now.
Yeah, no perfect answers, that's for sure. And no, because there's not one kid. Kids are so unique and they each need something different. And so it's not easy for parents who are struggling. And I just have to point out, though, as Tyler was saying, there is no interest that the district or the board or Superintendent Cuban is trying to, there's no interest other than what's best for students. That's it. There's no big, monetary bonus if you bring kids back or if you don't. Or there's, I don't know what else the advantage could be. And so thinking that they're doing it for any reason other than what they feel, given their professional expertise, is best for kids, there's just no other reason for their decision making. So we can all disagree about what's best for kids or how to get there, but we all have the same intent. Okay, so now we are going to go on for E3, update on learning loss mitigation and elementary and secondary school emergency relief budgets.
Okay, good evening. I feel like I'm following the late local news here.
Kind of are. I hope you're funny.
All right, I'll see what I can do here. So I'm going to move fairly quickly, I think in the interest of time, but if you want me to slow down, just please holler.
Okay.
This presentation on the COVID budgets changed as late as 5:30 today, I think. So I am going to spend a couple minutes on it just because I want to make sure you have the latest information. A couple things have happened since we last met. CDE kind of came back and notified all districts in the state that we weren't spending this money fast enough, and they were going to start taking the money away from us, which was kind of an interesting twist since we have till December 30th, which is a pretty short timeline already. It's like, leave us alone, let us spend the money. I think districts in the state are all struggling to get this money spent and weren't showing enough spent to make them happy with the last quarterly report. So they came back and said, put whatever expenses you can in here and redo your last quarter's reports. So we did that. We kind of shifted everything out of the other pots of money and put it all into the December 30th pot. And again, that's the $5.5 million federal funds, the coronavirus relief fund that we're talking about that expires December 30th.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see at this point, after we shifted everything into here, including 2,000 Chromebooks out of SCG, that we have now spent or encumbered 75% of this money and have 25% left with, I don't know, 6 weeks to go. So feeling okay. Huge shout out to Christy and the fiscal team to keep track of all this, move this money around, make it all work. It is not easy. As you flip through the other funds, you're going to see that nothing's spent because we've shifted everything that wasn't recognized in here back to these other funds. So I'm just going to go through these pretty quickly and kind of jump to the end. So we kind of wanted to show you what still is outstanding that we know about. We know we're going to spend this money. We found out today from one of our vendors that we can get 4,000 more Chromebooks in by December 30th. So we're going to order 4,000 more Chromebooks. That will give us 6,000 Chromebooks. We know a lot of these Chromebooks that went home to start us off on distance learning were already towards the end of their useful life.
Mm-hmm.
And when we started having younger students, especially bringing Chromebooks back and forth to school a couple days a week, that short life is going to get much shorter. So we know we're going to need some more Chromebooks, right? So we think that's a really good thing. We have put together orders for outdoor furniture, kind of addressing one of board member Van Zant's questions from earlier. We are buying a lot of outdoor furniture, as you can see. So that will definitely be a good thing to help us get kids outside when the weather permits, keep them spaced apart, and take advantage of that. If we come back in December, we want to provide some childcare for staff. So that's shown on here. We've also found out we need a lot more consumables, a lot of more instructional materials so that kids can have a set at home and a set at school. So we've added some more money for that. And then we have partnerships with the city of Ukiah, with the Boys and Girls Club, and with Space that aren't reflected in those numbers so far because I haven't gotten the MOUs done, the POs done for those yet. So, but those are coming. So that money will be spent as well. So all told, that's going to add up to almost 1.8 million, and we only have 1.4 left to spend out of the coronavirus relief funds. So assuming you're good with all these expenses, we will spend all of the coronavirus relief and spend some of the other funds while we're at it. So that is the really quick update. And one last thing that came up during the city's presentation is, could we go ahead and prepay the 10,000 out of this money? We learned in our webinar last week that we cannot prepay for anything out of this money. Unless it was a one-year contract that required us to pay it all up front, we can't pay for anything in January out of this money. So like we bought all these hotspots that we pay monthly, and it's a one-year agreement, but we pay them monthly. We can't pay January out of this money.
Not even that. Wow.
No, they're very strict. This money is going to get audited very heavily. And so we're really trying to make sure we are following every single guideline we have, because otherwise they're going to come out 2 years from now, say we're disallowing this expense, and we're going to have to shove it into the general fund because everything else will be gone by then. So
right.
we're trying to make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's to the best of our ability.
Right.
Okay.
So questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm too tired to do any math right now, but the other slide had 75% that was spent, and then you have these items that are not included. If you add those up, does it come out to 100%, or is there still money to be spent?
I know the 25% remaining is like this 1.3 million you see here at the bottom.
Okay.
And we've got 1.7 identified to spend. So that will spend it plus.
So you're anticipating being able to spend this all?
Yes, we are.
And
good job, Steve. Pulled it off.
Nice. It's a weird thing to say. It's hard to spend this much money this fast.
Well, it's a lot. I appreciate this. Thank you for the rapid report as well. And I do appreciate that you're looking at doing staff childcare. I think that's great. So I'm glad you're going to be able to pull that off.
I'm so sorry. I don't remember what staff childcare is.
I assume it's childcare for staff, right?
Yes, we just started developing this. When we go on the hybrid model, our employees are going to need some assistance with childcare for their school-age children. And so we plan to provide that. We'd prefer to have our employees, our credentialed teachers teaching. And so this will be a way to help them.
And that doesn't have to be negotiated?
No, it's optional.
Okay.
And would it also be for certificate staff, I hope?
Certificated and classified staff.
I mean, classified, that's what I meant, classified and certificated, both.
Yes.
Where is it physically going to be, Deb?
It will be at their school sites, the kids' school sites. And we'll provide it for kids in TK through 6th grade. We're just up right now. It's all new. And that's why we put it on this slide. We just actually were working on it today. And we're trying to remove as many barriers as possible to avoid having the need for hiring substitutes and everything else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we talked about having it at the site where the staff worked, but that causes a couple of problems. One, you could have a huge variance in grade and ages of the children, and it also starts mixing up your cohorts, right? So it doesn't work. So we need to keep it to be at the sites where they attend rather than following their parents wherever they work.
It really did all come back to me once you started talking about it. I agree. You know, one thing I wanted to mention, I'm over here looking at the months. City of Ukiah in past years have done camps during Thanksgiving week and during the week between Christmas and New Year's, and those were always packed. I know they had like a basketball camp at Pomalita and things like that. And that might be really nice, especially for those parents who have to work, you know, first responder parents or medical provider or whatever it might be, who have such a hard time around the holidays getting help. So if you do end up with extra money, you know, maybe it's too late to plan for Thanksgiving week, but you might want to look at doing some sort of a program like you're doing with the City of Ukiah now for that week between Christmas and New Year's.
Yeah, we plan to meet with them next week just to talk about how they might be able to help us after the winter break as well. So more to come on this, President Mulgard. They've been great partners.
Great, good, thank you. Other questions about the budget? Not as many questions because Steve spent so much money. Okay, so that finishes E3 then. We're going to go back then to D3, Bond Facilities Committee update and presentation of initial projects. We have a number of items here for Steve.
Yes, we do. So this one I can go through pretty quickly. This one you've actually had in your packet since last Friday, and it hasn't changed 17 times today. So, okay. So I can go pretty quickly unless you have specific questions.
Were we supposed to approve that revisions to the learning loss mitigation?
I thought we weren't, but if we were, please someone tell me. I'm so sorry. Was that for a vote?
I'm not sure how it's worded on the agenda.
If it was E3, it has a recommended approval. Unless it wasn't E3.
It was E3, you're right.
Yes, it would be nice to have an approval on that.
Sure.
I would move to approve.
All right, there is a motion to approve. Is there a second? Yes, Trustee Nelson seconded. Any further questions? Okay. That was fascinating. All those in favor? I think she just said aye.
I
Okay.
did.
Any opposed?
I'm ready to say yes.
Great. Any abstentions? Okay, excellent. All right, now I have my full agenda pulled back up. So thank you so much, Trustee Fernandez, for not letting us get too far away. All right. This particular recommended motion, by the way, just so we know going in, is administration recommends the board give direction to staff to move forward with these projects, knowing that we will come back to the board for final approval. So this is kind of a green light, but not a complete approval yet. So go ahead, Steve. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, no, this is great. Thank you. Okay, so Bond Facilities Committee. We formed this committee about 2 months ago. We've got a couple board members, Trustee Nelson and Trustee Arkin on this. And it's just trying to figure out how are we going to spend our bond funds, trying to put together the plan for the 7, 8, 9 years of all the bond funds. And it's going to take us some time to flesh out those plans fully. But there are some things we'd like to get moving on in the meantime. And so we've spent our first couple meetings really talking about those. We've put some costs to them and know we need to kind of go to the next step to really get a really good handle on what those projects would cost. So I'm just going to jump forward here. Again, looking for projects we can do to get us started. A couple different criteria for that for us. If it doesn't take DSA approval and doesn't require an architect, we can get moving on it much more quickly. And if the project is going to cost more the longer we wait, like in the case of a couple of parking lots that are really degrading rapidly, especially with rain coming, if we can get going on those sooner, they're going to be far less expensive than if we wait another 6 or 8 months necessarily. So we're hoping to bring back kind of the overarching plan to you in December or January. I think at the rate we're going, it's going to be January best case, just because there's a lot of other things going on. Okay, guiding principles. We want to have at least one major project in each phase. So the 3 phases really are the 3 bond sales we're going to have. We approved $75 million worth of bonds. We're going to sell them in $25 million chunks. We sold the first series back in May. That's how we're funding this first set of projects. We want to try to incorporate some transformational projects from the facilities master plan along with all of the maintenance projects. As you'll see in a couple minutes, there's more maintenance projects that we can fund as it is. But if we just do maintenance projects with this money, we're going to miss some opportunities to make some bigger impacts along the way. A high profile is an interesting term. It can mean a lot of different things, right? If we can spend a little bit of money and fix up the curb appeal of some of our campuses, a fresh coat of paint, a freshly sealed parking lot, and freshly painted curbs, and some landscaping can make a really big difference and not really cost that much money in the overall scheme of things. So we want to look for some wins like that as we go along. The tough piece in this for us is going to be the portables. We need to replace so many of our portables, but there are some real challenges to that. And we can talk more about that maybe at a later date rather than getting into all the details tonight. Just kind of sharing a foreshadowing briefly. And again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time unless you want me to. This is what the worksheet you're going to see ultimately is going to look like. You're going to have it broken down by school site. What was the project cost as identified in the facilities master plan in 2017? How much is it going to cost with escalation based on 3 years later, 6 years later, and 7 or 8 years later? See, the costs are going to go up pretty considerably. So again, the more we can do sooner, the better in some ways as well. From there, each thing will be broken down into several different categories, and we try to be consistent from site to site. So when you get the entire thing, you'll be able to make some sense out of it. So again, kind of jumping to the bottom line, you see that the projects we've identified from the facilities master plan so far are $92 million. When you escalate them over time, it's much more than that. Really, it's like $119 million. We only have 75 to spend. So already we have more projects than we have money. We knew that was going to be the challenge.
It happened so fast.
It does, and we knew that coming in. So we have to be very strategic. We have to be very smart. We have to maximize our dollars as best we can. And we will. I'm actually really confident we will find ways to get a lot more done than just 75 million. So for the initial projects, as I mentioned, the UHS field project, which we're going to talk about next, is one of those certainly big, high profile marquee projects. The Ukiah HVAC and re-roof project, which I think we've talked about before, a lot of those systems have failed or are about to fail, and we can no longer get replacement parts for them. So we can't just Band-Aid it together and hope to get through it. Parking lot repairs, as I mentioned, 4 of our parking lots are in pretty bad shape. If we can jump on those pretty quickly, that could save us some grief in the long run. And we also want to look at the Eagle Peak HVAC and the Homelita Gym. So again, UHS field project, we'll just talk about here in a couple minutes with the next item. Ukiah HVAC and re-roof, we'd like to try to tackle this in the summer of 21. We need to get moving now if we're going to do that. It does not require an architect or DSA approval, which is how we can get moving so quickly on it. If we put the team together, it's kind of the first project for this team. It's going to be our chance to get our feet wet and see how we'll work together. And we'll adjust if we need to as we go forward. Again, the parking lots, and you can see the costs. You know, even though there's 4 different projects identified, we don't have to use bond funds for all of them. We could fund one of them out of possibly redevelopment funds. We could fund one of these out of maintenance funds, right? We can get creative with how we fund some of these things. And again, try to maximize our bond dollars.
And Steve, I assume there's an extra 0 there on the Ukiah one. Sorry, I missed that when I reviewed this.
Yes, there is. I missed that as well. I apologize. Yes, thank you. Eagle Peak HVAC. We have, again, 25-year-old units that are failing more and more, and it's getting harder and harder to get parts. And again, HVAC is an important piece of everything we do right now just because of indoor air quality. So certainly the more we can take those on, the better off we're going to be. Again, another project that does not take an architect or DSA that we could try to do in the summer of 21. And the Homelita Gym, which has never had an HVAC system. We want to put kids in there at some point. We need air filtration and cooling in there. So we'd like to get that one moving as well. Again, we don't believe it would take an architect or DSA for this one. And again, we think it could be a summer of 21 or maybe even a little bit sooner project if we can get moving on it. And then lastly, the Grace Hudson exterior painting. It's time to paint the outside of that school. Again, not a big dollar item. Might be able to do that at maintenance. We can kind of decide as we get closer, but we need to start thinking about finding a contractor and things like that for that project as well. So that was a really quick, fast, high level of those projects. I'm happy to answer any more questions, but our trustee Arkin, trustee Nelson, if you want to add anything, just if we can get moving to the next step with these, at least while we're developing the other plans, we can try to get some work done pretty soon.
Trustee, on the project, anything to add?
Just one comment on the numbers and the price escalators that we will be seeing over the next couple of years. The numbers are really, really, really conservative. And so the nice thing is we know that we'll have enough money to pay for projects, and hopefully there will be money left at the end of the projects to pick up new stuff that has come up. But the 120%, the 135, the 150, there are a couple of other areas where Steve has taken a more conservative approach to cost estimates. But it's made me feel good to know that we will cover our costs, hopefully, and it'd be nice to have money at the end of the projects.
Indeed. Trustee Arkin, anything to add?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any strong opinions about any of this?
It looks great.
Thank you to the committee.
Yeah, thank
Ready
you.
to make a motion if you need one.
No, we don't need one. We just needed general direction is fine.
It looks great.
Great. Okay, we'll proceed with that starter set of projects, and we'll be back to you in the next 2 or 3 months, hopefully with more information and more detailed costs, and we can make some final decisions.
I'd really like us to make sure to pay attention to communications about this. I think it's worth $100 to make a banner that says paid for by your tax dollars. Thank you. You know, that kind of thing, as well as having, you know, something on the website where people can easily go see what we've spent the money on. But I know when I pass City of Ukiah and says your Measure Y dollars at work when you're repairing a street that hadn't been repaired in 20 years, I know that makes me feel good. It makes me feel like, oh, they're being transparent, they're being responsive. So I just hope we pay attention to communication as we go on with those.
Can I say something about Ann?
Please.
Are you there? I just, I wanted to say that that was one of the considerations, one of the big considerations decided on. Importance of making sure people are aware what, whichever way we can figure out to do it, that's the way it needs to be done.
I'm not sure I fully got that. Tyler, do you want to try and translate?
I'm not going to make an attempt to translate, but B, perhaps if you turn off your video and try it again, maybe we get a little bit more.
Okay, am I clear now?
Oh yeah, that's good.
Okay. Oh, that's a good way. I said that was one of the motivators for this committee to make sure that projects, not who we wanted, that they'd be, and that we make sure that their money. Is that not again?
President Volkert, I'm only laughing because our teachers deal with this every day.
Every day.
My heart goes out to them. So anyway, it's challenging.
That sounds like I feel.
To me, it's fun just to watch everybody start to get the giggles. And I'm just so glad I'm not the only one. Oh my goodness. All right, so B, I think what the group is really paying attention to the timing of these projects so that they're making sure that they are spaced out in a way that makes sense for both the weather, the kids, and the voters and taxpayers.
Good.
And we will also be very high profile. We will make sure the public knows when we're doing work. Since a lot of the work we'll be doing can't be seen easily, we'll make sure they know it's happening.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So since nobody wanted to derail anything on that, we will go ahead to D4 Ukiah High School Field Project Update.
Great. Oh, I need to figure out how to bring that one up now. Give me just a second. Okay.
And for the board, this is requesting approval to move forward with developing plans for DSA and initiating the CEQA process for option 2, building the synthetic field facility in the north field of UHS running east-west.
Great, thank you. And again, I'll try to go a little bit quickly, but there is some detail here that I think we need to talk about. So I'll take my cues from you. If I'm going too fast, let me know.
Okay.
As part of the board item, we did attach the Turf Committee's report from November of 2019, where they went through after doing all of their work and recommended really putting the field in the north field of Ukiah High School rather than putting a synthetic field in the stadium. That was their biggest recommendation for a variety of reasons. It gave us another place to play. It gave another important space for both PE and for Ukiah High School athletics. It would also be a tremendous resource for the community. And it would maintain the stadium as natural grass, which is what football preferred. And if we're not having soccer on that in the fall and winter, that field's going to be in much better shape for other uses throughout the year. So that was really the important part there. So I'm going to take you through the recommendations briefly. We're going to talk about lighting, and then we'll go from there. We'd hope to get some public comment tonight. My fear and my guess is at this point we're not going to get any, but that's okay. So again, the Turf Committee report we already talked about.
People watching, we could.
Okay, well, let's hope so.
All right.
And Steve, just to add, we did send mail to all the neighbors in the area of Ukiah High School regarding this project.
Yeah, we mailed out 154 or 156 letters. I think 4 came back with new wrong addresses or wrong names, but we did a pretty good job of papering the neighborhood and making sure they knew about this. I did get 1 phone call and 1 great email asking really good questions, and I responded to both. So yeah. So a big part of this we knew was going to be a big part of the selling for the bond campaign was the synthetic field. I think that was important to a lot of members of our community. It was a selling point. And so I think part of bringing this forward now so quickly is it honors that work and it really addresses the needs. We can't play competitive soccer at Ukiah High School in the winter. Like it is now a winter sport. We can't do it in the stadium. It's just not sustainable. So we hired a landscape architect and we have been working on developing some options to come back to you with. And so that's what we're doing tonight. So first of all, just to kind of give you some perspective on what we're talking about, and ignore this writing on here. This was not meant to be legible. This was just the best picture of the high school that I could find.
Okay.
So we're talking about, so here are the basketball courts behind the gym and behind the pool. We're talking about putting the soccer field here, where currently one of the two baseball fields is.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you'll see by the square, so there's two different options for putting it here. The red rectangle has it running north and south, and the orange or yellow rectangle has it running east and west. And we'll talk about the two different options here in just a second. And again, the third option would be to put it in the stadium. So the north field option, this is what it would look like. It'd be kind of butting up to the little access road over here on the left, as well as the basketball courts here to the south. But it would mean moving the baseball complex. This field will not fit and still leave a regulation baseball field here. So the good news is there is enough room between where the baseball field is now and the fencing that we could move this baseball field back about 45 feet if we needed to. But you can't just pick it up and move it, right? It's not that simple because nothing's ever that simple. So there would be some significant cost attached to that as well. So here you can see the costs, and unfortunately I can't see them very well because of the pictures here, but you see the soccer field itself is about 4.3 million. To move the baseball field is about 2.7 million. And part of that cost included, we kind of went ahead shot for the moon, right? If we were going to move the baseball field, maybe we look at putting in a synthetic infield so they could actually use this field in wet weather as well. So the cost could come down some if we didn't do that. But again, it's still a pretty big price tag for the baseball field.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
So the baseball, Ukiah High baseball, do they still play all their games at Anton?
They do. Varsity and JV play their games and hold most of their practices at Anton.
So what if they hold their practices and they play their games at Anton, then what do they do on this field?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like the high school uses them a whole lot, except maybe in bad weather. They do get used for like Babe Ruth and some other the community programs, but they don't get used as much for the high school as some of the other complexes do.
I think the girls softball uses it, don't they?
Well, they have 3 fields up further to the west. If we go back to the other diagram, oops. So the softball fields are up here.
Yeah.
And then the baseball fields are here, the 2 baseball diamonds.
Okay. All right.
I wonder if it's possible then, if it's not being used for regulation games, if it could have a missing right field, you know, if it could have a short right field.
It could. That would be an option. I think it's not something that the high school staff was really particularly interested in because this field could still get used for some baseball. So we'll talk more about that as we go forward. But
That's
a good question.
Can I ask a question if you can hear me?
We can. Go ahead, B.
Okay. Didn't the JV used to, I thought the JVs during care and varsity played at Anton. Did they change that?
I believe they did, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so jumping back down to the costs. So you see you take your 6.9 million in cost, you add in construction contingency of 20%. You're looking at over $8.3 million, plus another 15 to 20% for soft costs. All right, so it gets expensive pretty quickly. So that's option 1. Option 2 is to put the soccer field in pretty much the same place, but have it running east and west instead of running north and south. That means we would not have to move the baseball field. They would still lose this other baseball field. We're not planning to build a second baseball field. The turf committee's plans last November anticipated creating another baseball field over here somewhere. Baseball program doesn't need it at the high school. They said one baseball field was sufficient. They don't need two. So that saves us some money. And also it doesn't fit very well over here either way. So that's probably a good thing they don't need it. So no, running east-west is not necessarily a preferred orientation for a soccer field. Because of the setting sun, the rising sun, you could have some goalie issues early in the day, late in the day. But because soccer at the high school is a winter sport, that's not really going to be an issue. That would let us keep the northernmost baseball field in place. Would not give any upgrades for baseball, and there are some huge drainage issues that we might be able to improve as we do this other work without spending a lot of significant money. So in this case, the soccer field price is still the same, about 4.3 million. Your construction contingency, so you're a little bit over 5 million, plus then your soft costs as well. So that's option 2. So option 3 is simply to leave the north field alone, put the synthetic field here in the stadium. In that case, you see that the soccer field is about a little over $3 million. One project we need to look at are the lights in the stadium. Regardless of where the soccer field goes, the stadium lights are overdue to be replaced with LED lights. And we have some other upgrades we have to do to go along with that. We have to get some egress lights in place, and we need a new PA system. So that cost is reflected here. So and you see that total project cost is 4.6 million with the contingency, and the soft cost at another 15 or 20%. So if I can recap the costs for you now, you see the 3 different options. Option 1, the north field running north and south. When you add in the soft cost, it's basically a $10 million project. Option 2, to put the field in the north field running east and west, is a little over 6 million. To put it in the stadium is about 5.5 million. So the cost difference between option 2 and option 3 is not really, $600,000 is not insignificant, but in the overall scheme of things, may not be a deal breaker. So we met with the high school PE staff, met with the coaching staff of all the different sports that use those fields, and high school administration, and laid out those 3 options and said, okay, what do you guys think? Option 1 is the preferred solution. In a perfect world, yes, if budget was not an issue, option 1 would be the preferred solution. Option 2 was a strong second choice, especially if we can try to fix some of the drainage in the baseball field and the outfield. And again, we think based on our conversations, we can do that possibly internally or with just very little extra cost. Again, option 3, putting the field in the stadium, is just not endorsed or recommended by the high school. It does not give them an additional play field. It does not allow us to have events simultaneously. It does not build the bigger soccer field that the soccer community wants here. Putting it inside the track limits how big the field can be, which the soccer community has expressed as an interest. So again, we talked about the benefits, difference in cost between option 2 and option 3. We believe are far outweighed by the benefits of having that extra field. So the Bond Facilities Committee has also talked about this. Trustee Arkin, Trustee Nelson, and the rest of our group. And we believe an option 2 is the best option as well. It provides tremendous new opportunities for the high school students for both PE and for athletic competition. It also becomes a huge resource for the community's youth, and it honors the work that the Turf Committee had done and the wishes of the high school staff. So before we finalize this, I would like to talk about one more thing. I want to talk about lighting technology briefly. So it's amazing how the lights have transformed over the last few years, especially, or last 20, 30 years. This chart from Musco Lighting kind of shows how lighting used to be. If you go back to 1977, 1989, somewhere in there, which is about what we have in Ukiah High School Stadium, you see how ineffective the lighting is. There's lots of light bleed, very little gets to the actual surface, and those are expensive lights to operate and run. Over time, it's gotten better and better. So you get to the LED lights of today, and it's crazy. We put these in Healdsburg a couple of years ago, And you could stand outside the fence of the soccer field with the lights on at nighttime, and you're not getting any light at all on you. 2 feet away, the field is lit up. It's really amazing technology.
That's great for
Which
night
is important for the community, right?
purposes.
I mean, that's a huge thing. Not lighting up the entire neighborhood, having a soccer game going on is huge. So Musco Lighting put together a chart for us. This is approximately where the field would go if it's running east and west. The field is lit up entirely just by 4 light poles, amazingly enough. It does not take a lot of light poles either to do this. Then you can see how the light bleeds out and gets fainter and fainter as you go away from the field. There is no bleed even to the spina. It's gone before it gets to the road.
Wow.
So while the neighbors may see the lights are on, they're not going to be feeling any of the effects of the lights. And the lights aren't going to be pointed towards the houses at all. They're going to be pointed just down onto the field. So really, it's not as nearly as intrusive as it used to be. So I think that's a huge consideration and a huge plus for trying to fix the stadium lights as well when we can. So with that, we were hoping to get some public comments. We're going to have to go through a CEQA process no matter what we do, because we're adding the lights, because we're affecting traffic patterns, because there could be some noise from the PA system and things here. It's just a question of which level do we go through with CEQA? Do we go through a full-blown CEQA process, which will add months to this project and significant costs? Or can we do one of the lighter CEQA processes? So that's something we're going to have to, I think, consider some more and talk about some more, since we're not getting a lot of public comment tonight.
Well, we don't know. So did you want to just do your UHS field project update right now too, or do you want to wait on that for a moment?
No, I'm pretty much done with no public comment. We're just like direction from the board. If the board's ready to commit to one of the options tonight, so we can begin working more in earnest, or if we need to bring back some more information at the next meeting to help you make the decision. The CEQA process is a separate conversation, and we'll have to figure that out and come back with a recommendation on that. But if the board's ready to move forward, again, with hopefully option 2, which is what's been recommended by both the high school and by the bond facility committee, you'd like that direction tonight.
Okay, so let's go ahead and ask Ian if there is any public comment for this that he knows of. Ian, are you aware of any public comment?
I'm not aware of any public comment at this time.
Okay, all right.
I have not received any public comment either.
Thank you. Okay, then back to the board. Questions? Do you have questions? And we'll either answer them tonight or we will get the answers. Yes, Trustee Fernandez, then Barrett.
I I know you just went over this, but option 2 is the one that does or does not move the baseball field.
Option 2 does not move the baseball field.
So you're recommending option 2, not moving the baseball field.
Correct. Just because of budget sensitivity. In a perfect world, option 1 would be preferable, but we have budget constraints. We have a lot of work. As you saw in the earlier presentation, we have more project and bond money already. So to take that extra piece on, I don't think we all feel necessarily makes the most sense right now.
Especially if they don't practice there or play their games there. It seems like if they were using it a lot, it would definitely be worth looking at.
And we could invest some time from maintenance staff. We could look at, freshening that field a little bit, making sure it's ready when play does start. We'll do everything we can to get it in the best shape. We have to maintain 1 baseball field now instead of 2 at the high school, so we can put a little more time and effort into that 1 field as well.
Sounds great.
Trustee Barrett?
I just would like to make a motion. Having worked on the turf committee along with B, and we saw the excitement in the community and from high school staff, and I'm just thrilled to be able to say, let's go with it. So I move to go with option 2.
Option 2, is there a second?
I second it.
All right, Trustee Arkin seconds. A quick question. So we put up these 4 poles for the new LED lights, and the 4 is way better than the huge array, but is that going to interfere with the baseball field?
No, we think that we're gonna have to put probably a little bit taller fence between soccer and baseball just to make sure that for protection, but no, we should be okay.
Okay, and I want to make lots of money on this. So, so I want to have tournaments. So I want to make sure there's enough room for the stands. And I know I asked this a long time ago, but nobody forgot about the audience stands, right?
No, correct. We will have some bleachers as part of the complex. Yes.
Some bleachers. He doesn't sound like he wants to make as much money as I do.
No, we'll definitely have some. We'll have some there for sure. We'll get you a better diagram as we move forward. We'll have a much better diagram once we know that we have some direction for you.
Okay.
Put bathrooms out there too?
No, we won't need to. We can use the bathrooms in the gym.
Stadium bathrooms?
Other questions? Okay, well then let's have our motion. Our motion is for option 2 and to go with, you know, the least expensive and time-consuming CEQA process they can do. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, passes unanimously. How exciting.
Yay!
This is exciting. Thank you.
Very exciting. Okay. Now we're moving on to D5. Approval of the request for qualifications and resolution number 10, 2021, defining the scoring criteria for the selection of the leaseback contractors.
Right. So we know we'll want to deliver at least some of these bond projects through leaseback rather than traditional design bid build. And so we need to get a contractor or a pool of contractors put together. The law has changed over time. I know we've done some leaseback work in the district before, and I've done a lot of it in Healdsburg. As part of us saying we're going to go out and look for contractors to work under leaseback, the board has to, through resolution, define the scoring criteria that we're going to use to evaluate these contractors. So that's what we're bringing to you tonight.
Okay.
Well, I would move for approval unless there's a bunch of discussion people want to have.
Well, I think everybody understands it, but it is a confusing system. So if anybody needs a little recap, that would be fine. You were seconding the motion? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any questions? Okay, hearing none, then I'll just call for the vote. All those in favor of approving the resolution as presented? Aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, then. You have marching orders, sir.
Great, thank you.
Sirs, I see Gabe here too. Okay, here we go. D6, approval of request for qualifications for architects for bond projects. So when's the last time we went out?
So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the initial projects we've identified don't require an architect. Everything else is going to. And so we want to go ahead and get our request for our qualifications out there so we can either select one or multiple architects to help us with future projects.
Okay. And when's the last time we went out for this? Many, many years ago?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. Do we have a process that gives a local contractor percentage points, a local hiring preference, so to speak?
Anne, are you talking about for an architect, a local architect?
Yeah. Like when we give out the RFP, people bid on it. Do we give more points to the local people?
You know, school architecture is such a funny and unique world that there's typically not going to be a lot of local architects. Gabe, go ahead.
So Trustee Mulgard, one of the standards for design consultant is not doing local, but we can add a scoring criteria for a certain amount of road miles to a local office. That's something that's done typically in more urban areas. I think Steve and I think one of the concerns that we've talked about with our team is that we would really be limiting our options if we did it here. The real fact of the matter is we don't really have local architects that are geared for DSA and school projects.
Okay, that's fine.
My recommendation would be we actually would not use that in our RFQ. And my guess is that both Steve and Counterpoint, our CM, would agree with that as well.
Okay, it hurts me, but I completely understand it. Okay. Um, Our agenda there doesn't have a recommended motion, but I think the recommended motion is approving the RFQ as written for release.
Yes, please.
Is there a motion to that effect?
I so move.
Trustee Nelson.
I'll second that.
And seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay, we
Great,
will.
thank you.
find
And
architects.
So real quick, I know, just real quick, I'm sorry. I know we went through all those items really quickly. If you have any questions later, please feel free to let us know. Because yeah, we went through a lot of information very fast. So thank you.
I do have a question, but it's going back to the other thing, to your budget. I remember when we were talking at one point, we were talking about those teachers who needed to work from home because they had some medical cause. And we were talking about maybe putting a proctor in the room, and I didn't know if that had been budgeted. Proctor in the classroom when we return to hybrid or full-time.
So President Mulgard, we haven't budgeted for that yet. It would come out of the other funding, and we do have to go through the interactive process with every employee who submits a medical note. So that could be a potential accommodation if we could accommodate it.
Okay, but that's still the direction you're heading?
We will be looking at that as an option for sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to go backwards there. Okay, D8. Now that we've kept Ms. Glenser awake this entire time, let us know what your, I know you want to talk about evaluations really badly.
Actually, Ms. Cuban is presenting this one.
Okay.
You're stuck with me a little bit longer. We actually, I'm just pulling this up real quick. We actually have two, it's time to sunshine our initial proposal for negotiations with CSEA and UTA. That's D7 and D8. And this is for negotiations for the 21-22 school year. And we would like to keep it pretty simple and focus on salary and benefits.
In both?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, I would be looking for a motion on D7 to approve salary and benefits only to Sunshine for negotiations with CSEA in 21-22.
I so move.
Moved?
Second.
Seconded. Any further questions? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, looking for a motion for D8 to approve the recommended salary and benefits only to be Sunshine for negotiations for 21-22 with Ukiah Teachers Association.
I so move.
Moved?
I'll second.
Seconded. Any questions? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Okay. We've completed A, so I know you're all very excited that now we get to go to, I hope we're on parent and community partnerships, because otherwise I'm all messed up on my agenda. Trustee Cuban, is there anything that you would like to say before midnight?
No. I think I've said a lot. Just thank you all for hanging in there tonight. I know we had a lot of agenda items, and I appreciate you all very much.
Well, you're going to really appreciate us after we all start talking. Board members, how many people have reports that you would like to share for the good of the board? Okay, I guess not. You even worn the board out. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so
moved.
Okay, there's a motion by trustee Diaz and a second by trustee Barrett. We won't take any questions because it is a consent item. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, then. One more item, the planning meeting for the following agenda. We have 2 meetings in December.
What are the dates of those 2 meetings? One's the 14th. When's the other one?
The first one is Monday, December 14th. And the second one is scheduled for the 15th, but we may not need that.
Oh,
But the main will be Monday, December 14th at 4 p.m. That will be an organizational meeting at 4.
4?
Four.
Not, okay, not 4:30, all right.
So if we follow our usual process, it is very likely that trustee Van Sant will be elected our next chairperson.
Yes, it is.
So I don't know if she would like to join us for agenda planning on Wednesday, December 9th at 12 noon.
I suppose that would be a good idea.
Excellent. So I can attend as well as my final meeting. And then a third person. Are there any volunteers? Trustee Nelson has volunteered. Excellent. Then we are set on that.
December 9th.
9. It's a Wednesday, 12 noon. And I'd just like to take a moment to thank our board trustee, Jose Diaz, for his service. We are going to miss you. We so appreciate what you brought to our board and what you've shared and your commitment to kids in our district. And we really appreciate it. We know that you had a million other things you could be doing with your time besides volunteering it here. So both the board and the kids really appreciate it.
Thank you all, and I'm gonna miss you too. Yeah.
And trustee Diaz, we'd love you to still be involved in district committees and such. So
No problem.
we will be in touch about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all. And might I point out it is still 1 minute before midnight.
Thank you.
Oh, well.
Good night. Thank you all.
uh,
You guys.
Happy Thanksgiving.